show. Lines are open 08081 008800 if you're having a bit of a consumer nightmare. Jeremy is on the line. Hello, Jeremy.
Oh, hello, Jonathan. Thanks for having me on the programme.
It's an absolute pleasure. I gather you've had a bit of a consumer nightmare. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Okay, my wife and I operate a dog boarding kennel in the Three Counties area. That's where people leave their dogs when they need to be away or travel on holiday. So November 2020, a new client contacted us and asked, could he look after his 2 American bulldogs while he went on holiday to South Africa. So the dates he wanted were 21st December to 11th January. So I said, that's fine. Took his details, quoted the price of £915.60. Asked for a deposit to secure the booking. So he paid us £100, which I took over the phone, and told him that he'd need to pay in full when he checked in with us. So 19th of December, that's a couple of days before, he sent proof of his vaccination, the dog's vaccinations, by email, and then he called and he paid the balance over the phone. So, and he said his dog walker would be dropping the dogs off on Monday the 21st.
Right.
So the dogs duly turned up on the day. Oh, they were real bruisers of dogs.
Yes, I've got an image in my head of a couple of bruises.
Yeah, well, these ones, I don't think they were American Bulldogs at all. I think they were what we call cane Corsos, or Corsas. They had clipped ears and everything. They were the sort of dogs, if you saw them coming along the road, you'd be, ooh, step out of the way here.
Sorry, what did you say? What kind of dog?
I think they're called cane Corsas.
How do you spell that?
C-A-N-E, and then C-O-R-S-A.
Corso, cane Corso.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes. I mean, as with as with all dogs, if they've been nicely socialised right from the beginning, and if the owner has put in lots of work, then all dogs can be fine. But that is the kind of dog where if I was walking my dog in the park and I saw someone coming along with 2 of those, particularly if they were off the lead, I think I would turn around and go in the opposite direction.
Well, exactly. Anyway, they turned out actually to be really nice dogs. That wasn't really the problem.
Right.
So we were pleased to look after them.
And
anyway,
were the ears actually trimmed?
Well, we think they were, yeah.
And what does that mean? What, they cut them?
Yeah, cut them off so when they're in a fight, they don't. The other one can't grab them.
Oh my God, that's awful! What? And the owner had cut them.
We don't know, but I mean they were definitely trimmed. And I mean I've got a picture of them if you want, I can send them.
God.
Anyway, that wasn't really the issue. The thing is that can I just carry on?
Yeah, please do.
Right. So after the New Year, so we've got Christmas out of the way, got the New Year out of the way. The customer emailed from South Africa to say he needed to extend his holiday. I think that's because those what do you call them? Those free you could travel corridors. That's it. Travel corridors was closed.
Yeah.
And he had to isolate for 14 days before he could come back. So could we look after the dogs longer? Which I replied by email saying yes, we could, but we needed to buy more food because food was getting low. And I said he'd also need to pay up front for the extended stay and the food. So he replied by email saying he couldn't call from South Africa, but emailed his card details for us to take payment. And I kept him informed of the progress. So the customer then further extended the boarding until the 25th of January, so that's 2 weeks longer. And then that's when the dogs were finally collected by the dog walker. Okay, so
one has to wonder why this person bothers having dogs if they go away for such huge holidays, leaving their dogs in kennels, and then. How come the dog walker wasn't looking after the dogs?
Well, you think about it, those dogs, they're huge. I mean, do you want them in your house if you're just a dog walker? So, I mean, that's just quite common. I mean, that's what we're in business for, to look after people's dogs when they go away.
Well, I'm sure, but the fact that the owner didn't even want to come themselves to see where they were leaving their dogs, I wouldn't book my dog to go and stay in some kennels that I hadn't come and had a look at for myself. And I certainly wouldn't leave someone else to go and drop her off and pick her up. I mean, it just...
It is quite unusual. There are a few people who have that arrangement with their dog walker. Maybe they don't have a car, they don't drive, that type of thing. So,
Okay.
and also they probably looked on our website and saw who we were and what we were doing.
Well, okay. I mean, it's each to their own, but it doesn't seem normal to me. So their dog walker came to collect the dogs. Now, what was the total amount that the man had to pay over the phone from South Africa?
Well, they went in various tranches because, of course, every time we bought food, we needed to charge that. But, I mean, the total price ended up as... let's see. Total price. Sorry, I can't. £1,762.
£1,762.
44. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and that was all explained to this guy over the phone. You know how much you were taking from his card.
I'm not sure exactly each time, but I was keeping him informed by email. I have to go back through the emails and
Right.
and see. There's an email trail of everything that.
So, how much do you charge per day then?
Well, for a big dog, maybe £25 a night for a big dog.
Blimey. Right, so 25 quid per night per dog.
Yeah.
So 50 quid a night for the two
Well,
dogs.
and there's a bit of discount for the second dog. Probably about, let me just say, about £40, 45 pounds for two dogs.
Oh, 45 for the two.
Yeah.
Okay, right. But it's quite a great... I mean, for you, I would imagine that was quite a nice earner because I would imagine last year was a bit of a write-off.
No deal, yes. It hasn't been a good year for kennels. I mean,
Absolutely
if
not.
hotels aren't open, people can't travel, and there's no business, really.
No, quite. So you took the total of £1,762.44 from the credit card and it was all agreed over the phone?
Well, the first two payments, the £100 and the £815, were taken before we dropped off, and the subsequent amount was taken in tranches. As he he actually extended it twice. Subsequently, bringing it to the final date of the 25th of January. So
Okay.
there were dribs and drabs.
So you had a total of £1,762.44 paid for the two dogs. The dog walker came and took the dogs away. What's the problem, Jeremy?
Yeah, well, probably is a few days later we received letters from our card processing company. The customer was claiming a chargeback to his credit cards, and the reason given was they were fraudulent transactions, as they said, in a card-absent environment, which basically means the customer wasn't actually putting the card into the card machine and putting his PIN number in. So it's taken over the phone.
Right.
So we've been doing this for 10 years, multiple. I mean, taking 10 payments a day, maybe over the phone, and we've never had a chargeback claim against us. So this was quite a shock, actually, to have this happen.
But presumably with a chargeback, and of course, I mean, consumers are always able to put in a chargeback claim if someone has fraudulently taken money, or if, for example, you pay for something and then the item breaks and the company won't sort it out. All those kinds of things allow you to put in a chargeback. However, surely the company then comes to you to give you an opportunity to present your side of the story before the money is processed.
Well, my first reaction was to get in touch with the customer, actually. I emailed him to say, look, has there been some sort of error here, a misunderstanding? Can you get in contact with us? No reply. So I also called his telephone, his mobile phone, which he's blocked us actually now, so we can't actually make contact with him. So then, of course, I need to contact the card processing company to explain there's been no fraud here at all. The customers made the payments on the phone, himself giving us the details. And then while he was away, he said he wouldn't call us from South Africa. He's actually sent the card details by email for us to take the payments. So as far as we're concerned, there's no fraud, and we've completed the contract. We've provided the service. Dogs go back safely. There's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no fraud.
Well, it doesn't sound as if there's fraud.
Yeah.
So what has happened then? I mean, have the company then given you the money back or not?
No. Well, they said, the company said to us, send us all the documentation, but they made it quite clear. And as you know, the customer, if there's fraud taking place, the company is required to make the charge back within 30 days, unless our defence is successful. But they also made it clear that the only way to guard against this is actually to take a chip and pin transaction. They have to physically put their PIN number into the machine, and that then is there. It's like them signing the check. So the problem is, unless you take a chip and pin payment, it's wide open to an unscrupulous cardholder claiming a chargeback.
Well, so hang on a second. So they won't give you the money?
Well, they haven't taken it yet. There's a 30-day period when he makes the claim.
Yeah.
And we have 10 days to provide some evidence.
But hang on a second. You've provided, I presume, evidence that indeed you boarded 2 of his dogs. You've got, although some of the communication happened by phone, it sounds as if you have got emails from him showing that he was happy to provide you with his card details, etc. If you're able to show the duration that you were looking after his 2 dogs, I presume you've also got receipts for things like the food that you purchased. Surely he hasn't got a leg to stand on.
Well, that's what I would hope, but I don't trust the sort of legislation or the regulations. I think that he will still simply claim he didn't give his permission. Given the sort of person he did sound slightly uncouth, or I must say, this is why I demanded payment up front, because I didn't want any hassle when he came and tried to get his dogs back and then didn't want to pay. So
you had a bad feeling about him?
Well, we were a little bit dubious. In fact, we did actually scan his dogs for the chip, and we've actually got the chip numbers on the of both dogs. So we hopefully can track him down. But we can't actually we weren't allowed as a private individual to find out the owner's contact details. Only the.
But do you not take all of that when you first take a booking?
Yes, we got supposed address where he lives.
Right.
But we don't believe he lives there.
Oh, really? So he's given a false address?
I think yes, because the card when you put the card details in, you ask for the postcode and house number, and they didn't match up. And he said, "Oh yes, well they're not registered to that address," which again is another sort of a slight sort of safety net, as it were.
Well, it sounds as if there are 2 things that I need to go and do. Firstly, I want to go and speak to your client. I want to try and speak to him. I think I quite enjoy a conversation with this kind of person. Let me go and have a word with him. And I also need to have a word with the payment company that at the moment seem to be entertaining his chargeback claim. Of course, consumers deserve protection. There are lots of rogue companies out there, and there are lots of companies that will take money when they shouldn't take money and not refund when they should be refunding. We all understand that, and consumers have lots of protection through the chargeback scheme. However, it's a 2-way street, and surely the companies have a duty of care to their clients, i.e. you, to make sure that they are not paying customers inappropriately refunds that the customer is not due.
Well, that's my feeling. Yeah, I think it's stacked certainly in the favour of the consumer, which probably is correct. Actually, that's the way it should be. But there obviously needs to be some sort of defence in our case, which we believe we've acted honourably.
Well, yes, quite. And what a horrible thing to happen in what must be a very hard year. I know where when I go away, my cat goes to stay in a luxury cattery, and I was speaking to the lovely lady who runs that cattery, and last year was just a nightmare for her. She said after all these years of running a business and doing everything she possibly could, with people not going away on holiday to the extent that they would normally, and with lots of people deciding to kind of have staycations instead, it was just an absolute nightmare last year. And financially, she's found it very, very tough. And I would imagine it's been a nightmare for you as well. And to have someone like this taking advantage on top of that is just absolutely outrageous.
Well, I know that it wasn't a good end to the year. When I have to say. But I suppose I'd also just two reasons. I obviously like help if possible, but I just wanted to maybe make other business owners aware that there is this sort of problem. It's just standard practice. People take payments over the phone all the time.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think, what is the alternative? So what's the alternative then? That you should have said to the owner of the dogs while he was in South Africa, OK, that's fine. You will need to pay the full balance using the card machine before you are able to take your dogs away. That's belt and braces. Yes, that is the safest way. Or come in with cash, I suppose, as well. Yes, although if you already had some concerns about this person and how they were going to be when collecting the dogs, I mean, that could well have then ended up in a moment of confrontation.
That's right.
You weren't necessarily looking for.
Yep.
Well, what a horrible experience. OK, can you leave this with us? Tara, can we get some detail, please? And can we go and have a little word?
Absolutely. I think we're going to have to do some searching for this particular individual as well.
I think so. I'd like to go and have a chat with him, because one thing is for sure, Jeremy, if this man has tried to do this with you, this will be something that he has tried with other companies as well.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, there will be a log of how many times he's done chargeback.
You would have thought so.
So at that point, wouldn't the bank actually say, well, he does it quite a lot? Who knows?
I tell you the other thing I would be inclined to do. Have you contemplated calling the police, Jeremy?
Yeah, we have. We called the police and, we tried action fraud, and what a useless thing that was, that they were just on the line for half an hour and they just went dead. So we did call local police, and he took the details and said, yes, we'll come round tomorrow and take some more details. And then we got a phone call the next morning, and they said, oh no, the person who took those details shouldn't have said we would come round. We're not actually interested in this sort of thing. It's a civil matter, so you need to deal with it yourself.
Oh, that's disappointing, because the way I look at it is this person is very unlikely to have tried this for the first time with you. I'm sure it sounds to me from what you're suggesting that this is something, he already knows how to try and make this work for himself. And there surely would be a pattern. If indeed he's done this with a number of different people, when in fact he owes the money, then surely that makes him a fraudster.
That's the way we look at it as well, yeah.
And I don't understand why the police would not be interested in that. But I don't know. Maybe they did look up his details, and maybe nothing was flagged, and they thought, oh well, it's maybe this was just a one-off. Look, to be fair to him, let's give him an opportunity. Let's go and have a word with him. Let's find out if he wants to provide his side of the story, and let's also go and have a word with this payment company and find out why they don't seem to be giving you very much support. Leave this with us, Jeremy. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now with a bit of an emergency.
Yesterday morning, we were woken about 6:15 by a dog whining. It happens on occasions. He might want to go in the garden, but anyway, we came down, and my wife was confronted with a front window smashed completely. We have a concrete pedestal bird bath in our front garden, and somebody had taken the top off it and thrown it through the window. It's really heavy. How they did it, I don't know. And it had just obliterated the window, and it was sitting on the floor. It's a double-glazed window, a modern one. I mean, we only had to put it in by the window company at this time last year. So my first thought was, I'm going to telephone the window manufacturer. And I said, OK, so how quickly can you get it done? And the lady said to me, 10th of February. So I said, well, that's no good to me. Can you not do it sooner? No, that's the earliest we can do it.
Well, as you can imagine, Peter was pretty horrified by that. And what options did that give him? The company said, we can't come out for weeks. And they said if you get somebody else in to come and board it up or to replace the glass, that will invalidate your guarantee. Well, he had no alternative but to get in touch with his insurance company, and his insurance company organised for somebody to come and board the window up. But Peter said this is ridiculous, that this original window company would put me in this kind of position. Well, I'm absolutely inclined to agree with him. I went off to have a word with the company on his behalf. Peter's back on the GAVS show now. Hello, Peter.
Good morning, Jonathan.
So I went back to them and said, look, OK, fair enough. If you're very busy at the moment, and obviously it's not their fault that your window got broken.
Yeah,
so, you know, if they'd said to you, look, we're so sorry, we're just so jam-packed with customers at the moment, we can't get anybody out to you to come and replace that window for a couple of weeks. So either get it boarded up and then, you know, we'll come out in a couple of weeks' time, or if you want to get the glass panel replaced, as long as you get it replaced with, you know, by a proper qualified company who knows how to make double glazed units, then that's absolutely fine. But instead, they seem to suggest to you that if you got anybody round, even to put a piece of wood in the window, that would invalidate the entire guarantee. Well, what did they expect you to do? Just leave the front of your house open to the elements? Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I went off to have a word with them, and they completely changed their tune. And in fact, I think they got in touch with you pretty soon, did they not, to offer some alternatives. What's the latest? What's going on now?
Yes, well, after I was on the radio on that Friday, they telephoned they telephoned me and said they would come out to do it. And then they phoned my wife last week and said they'd be coming out. They got the glass made up as they said they would on the Tuesday, and they would come out on the Thursday to fit it.
That's Thursday of last week?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, and sure enough, I'm pleased to say that they did come out to fit it. Absolutely fine. Fitter was very pleasant. Absolutely, well pleased with the result.
Yeah.
The only thing
I was going to say, I can sense from the tone of your voice there's a but coming.
There's only a slight but. It's just that I was sort of expecting a phone call or an email or something from them saying, are you satisfied with what we've done now? But nothing up to now. And to be honest with you, I've left it for a couple of days thinking, just give people a chance, with postage and if it's posted or whatever. But nothing as yet. So at the moment, I was going to ask you, you did say that you'd got a copy of the email from them that guaranteed me that they would keep to their 10-year guarantee.
Yes, absolutely. I said, so they sent me an email on the 1st of February just apologising for the problems and saying that they were going to get things sorted with you. I went back and said, can you please confirm that none of this will affect the customer's 10-year guarantee? They then came back on the 1st of February again at 2:06 in the afternoon to say, hi, Jonathan, yes, of course. We'd like to confirm that this will not affect the guarantee. Sure, so, yes, I've got that in writing and I'm more than happy to send that over.
That would be great. But what I was going to do was I was going to actually telephone the company myself first of all to inquire if they were, if they're definitely, confirming that they were, I can stick to the guarantee because I don't want, let's say something happened in a couple of years' time. And
well, let's find the best way of doing this. So have they, I presume this was a chargeable item, so I presume they charged you on the day.
Sorry, do you mean for the original fitting?
For changing the glass?
What, when they replaced the glass?
Yeah.
No, they didn't. No, sorry.
Well, surely you're going to have to pay for it.
No, what actually happened, sorry, let me take you back a bit, was after I'd been on the radio on the Friday, late, so that was about just after 12 o'clock, about 4 o'clock, a representative from the company, he was speaking from Bury St Edmunds, telephoned me and said that he was very sorry as to what had happened, but we'll come out and have the glass have the glass made up on the Tuesday, and then he would arrange for, he said, I'll come out personally. I don't know whether it was him that came out. He said, I'll come out personally to fit the glass myself.
Yeah, but what about the charge? The charge is the important bit, Peter.
And then he said, there won't be any charge whatsoever for the fitting or for the glass.
As a goodwill gesture?
He didn't say as a jilted goodwill gesture.
Well, it must be, because it's not a warranty claim, is it? Because it's not their fault that somebody decided to hurl a bird bath through your window.
No, of course not. No,
so
no,
it wouldn't be
right,
something
yes.
that would be claimable under the terms of the warranty. So if they have decided not to charge you, that must be because they want to send you a goodwill gesture, maybe because of the original bad experience you had when you phoned them up asking for help.
Yes, I assume so, yes.
Fine. Well,
Absolutely,
that's lovely of them. So here's how I would proceed. What I would do is I would send an email to the managing director of the company,
Right.
and say, I would just like to write to you to thank you very much indeed for the most fantastic response in replacing my window that was broken. Although I had some issues when I first contacted your firm, I'm absolutely delighted that you agreed to go the extra mile and to replace the glass for me at no cost, something you certainly did not need to do, but something I certainly appreciate.
Yeah.
Can I please just ask you to confirm that none of this will affect my 10-year guarantee? And I would send that as a nice kind of thank you, but also could you answer this question for me? I think that's probably the best way of doing it, and hopefully they will come back and say it was our absolute pleasure. We're sorry about the problems you had initially, and of course we'd like to confirm that none of this affects the 10-year guarantee.
Absolutely, yeah, I entirely agree with that. Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely, yes. As I say, I haven't had any other problem with them whatsoever. I would still recommend them. I think it was just a slip-up with the lady that I spoke to. The only other thing I would say is I also spoke to my insurance company because I had to pay the £200 excess for the boarding up and that. And they've said that, well, if the window company is not charging you, we will refund you the £200 excess, which is really nice.
Well, that is brilliant. And let's just hope that they don't now put your premium up next year.
Well, yeah, true.
That's the only thing I would say. Well, listen, I'm going to thank this window company very, very much indeed for having sorted this out. They have gone very much the extra mile. They didn't need to replace the glass for you for free. They would have been perfectly within their rights to charge you for that. But obviously they decided they were going to do just that as a goodwill gesture, and I'm going to thank them enormously and give them the horn. Any other problems, Peter? Please come back to me. And if you send that nice email and you don't get a response just confirming the warranty, please let me know and I'll forward on what I've got.
Will do. And thank you very much, Jonathan, to you and all your team.
Okay.
Done an excellent job. Thank you very much.
All the best. And let's hope, if I were you, you might want to move that bird bath to the back garden.
We've already moved the top of it now. Yeah.
I think, obviously, to somebody who might decide it's a bit of a lark to lob it through your window, it might be a good idea for it not to be quite so available. Listen, Peter, all the very best to you and for the company concerned. On the 28th of January, Heidi told me that she noticed the shower in their property just wasn't draining properly. Well, when Heidi's husband got home, he went out and checked the water level in the drains outside and reported back that the level was very, very high. Well, this has happened before in the last 12 years that they've lived in this property, so Heidi recognised the signs and got in touch with the water company immediately.
We have no functioning toilet facilities or washing facilities, and it's not just us, it's affecting 5 other houses along the road, and it's causing quite a lot of distress now. It normally happens once or twice a year. Before, when I've had to report it, I couldn't fault them. They've been brilliant. They came out within 24 hours, jetted the drains, resolved the issue, and it was fine. This has been the worst that we've ever had to deal with. We have to kind of minimise the usage of using facilities, but we've gone from that to not being able to, we've had nothing for about 4 or 5 days now. We've just had nothing. As soon as you flush, that rises to the top, and then you just stand there just waiting, just thinking it's going to come out. But they're prioritising internal flooding and flooding elsewhere before they come out to any block drains. We are at the stage now where if it gets any more worse, it is literally going to be overflowing.
Well, Heidi was in a right old pickle, and I've been liaising with the water company since she came to me last week. Let's find out how things stand today. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Heidi.
Morning.
Good morning. So I went off to speak to Anglian Water. That's the water company concerned here. In effect, what they said was that this was all caused by the sheer level of rainfall we've had and the effect that has had on the river that is very near to where you live, the River Great Ouse. The level of groundwater, apparently in your neighbourhood, is so high that the drains have all filled with water, and that's drains from the river. And therefore, they can do as much as they possibly can, but until the natural water level starts to subside, unfortunately, the drains are going to be filled with water, and that is going to have a knock-on impact to your property. That was kind of what they were saying. Now, there were a few issues in terms of I wanted to know how many residents were affected. They were unable to give a precise answer to that. I also wanted to know why you hadn't been provided with, for example, a portaloo that you could use in the meantime while you're unable to flush your loo. They said that was down to the local authority and to the Environment Agency rather than down to them as the water company. But what was interesting was when we spoke on Friday, you were telling me a representative from Anglian Water was there outside your house, and you went and had a quick chat with him, and he seemed to be talking about a blockage in the drain somewhere. Rather than this being down to the natural level of the water in the ground, it was a blockage, and that was what he was working on, trying to unblock. So I was scratching my head a bit, really, in terms of, well, what's actually going on here? Is it the groundwater, or is it that there's a blockage in the pipe? Now, I went back to Anglian Water again and raised that with them on Friday. And I came into work this morning to find this email that's come back from them. And they have recognised that there does seem to be what they describe as some silt from the floodwater that has partially obstructed some of the sewer. It's not really a full blockage, it's just an obstruction of the silt. They say our teams are currently sourcing the equipment to clear it and to help the sewer run more smoothly. However, they go on to say, the excess groundwater in the area is still the underlying cause for all of this, and our teams are doing their best to speed up the process as quickly as they possibly can. So it would appear it's a combination of both. There is a bit of a blockage and also the groundwater. What's happened this weekend? Have we seen any improvement, Heidi?
Yeah, we have. The technician that was out Friday that I was speaking to assured me that Friday evening, late evening time, a contracting company were coming out and they were going to have a tanker and they were going to be jetting and clearing along the line down at the bottom of the road. That turned up around about 9:30 time. Didn't see it up this end after that, but apparently they've got quite a big hose on it, so it could do the job from down the road. He said it'd probably take about a couple of hours. Went to bed, woke up this morning, in the following morning, and the drains were all clear. And I thought, yes, perfect, absolutely brilliant. They've done it. Checking through the day, and you could see that it was holding still a little bit of water, but nothing majorly. And then it would just drain straight out again. Yesterday, noticed that it was holding quite a bit more water and waste. So just keeping my eye on it. Then it would slowly drain away, and then it filled up slightly more towards yesterday afternoon, evening time, and it was still in there this morning. So I rung again this morning to make them aware that there's still something going on, because the drain should actually just be running clear. Anything that just gets flushed through should just be running straight through. The technician that I spoke to Friday, he was brilliant. He's the sixth engineer that came round, and he's the only one that actually lifted manholes and drains and actually rodded and jetted them himself just to try and see exactly where the issue was. It's draining very, very slow due to this blockage. So,
well, is it? Hang on a second. Is it draining slowly because of the blockage, or is it draining slowly because further down in the sewers there's just this build-up of water from the rain?
That I don't know. The subcontractor that came out Friday night, because when I phoned this morning, the last lot of notes they've got on there is the subcontractor put their notes into Anglian Water saying that they've done all that they can, but it needs someone else out to come and jet and clean the line out. And he couldn't advise that any other notes had been put on there. He said, I can't see anything else, so he'd chase that up today to see what's been recommended and who's going to be coming out next. And as of yet, I haven't had a phone call. But all they've said is a blockage, and that it is just, the water is just running and draining really, really slow.
which would not necessarily be surprising if the groundwater is as high as it apparently is, according to Anglian Water, because I guess if there is that backlog of water that's all sitting there in the sewers, then that's why the water is not necessarily draining away in the way that it would normally.
Possibly, yeah, but we have got some standing water on some fields around the area, but we're not as close to the River Ouse as what I think they think we are. We are a little bit away from it. Whether it is having an impact, I'm not 100% sure, but all I've been led to believe is that there is a slight blockage along the line, which is causing the water to drain fairly slow.
Have you made, I presume you have a parish council?
We do, yeah. I'm going to be emailing them again today.
I was going to say, I think it's a good idea for the parish council to be aware of this and to be applying some pressure from their end as well. I will go back to Anglian Water again today. I'll let them know that you and I have had this conversation and that although there was some movement at the end of last week and over the weekend, things still don't seem to be sorted. Let's just get an update from their perspective and take it from there. As I said to you last week, I'm not going anywhere until this is resolved, okay?
No, that's fine. Yeah, we can shower and we can use the toilets. We're not at the stage yet, but obviously, because it is still not fully functioning and fully draining away, it's whether we get any more severe weather or whether, any more rain that comes does cause an issue. And
I'm afraid the chances are we are, because all of this snow that is coming down, eventually that's going to melt and you're going to have a problem there again. But look, let's leave it there. Let me go and have a word with Anglian Water. I'll have a chat with them this afternoon. Let them know. Line. Hello, Roy.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Roy. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, basically, on the 21st of December, just before Christmas, I ordered a new fridge freezer because my other one had broken down, and they promised to deliver it on the 22nd, which they did. I paid an extra £20 for removal and recycle of the old appliance, and I also paid £35 for a door reversal service and setup. It arrived with a van with just one man. He proceeded to remove the wrappings. He then picked it up on his shoulder, the freezer, and placed it by my front door. He then came in and he took my old fridge freezer outside to the lorry. He then proceeded to manhandle the new item into my kitchen, where I had prepared the final resting place for it. I then noticed that the freezer door had a large dent in it. I pointed this out to him, and he said, either you reject this item and I will take it away, or you can have 20% off and accept the item. And as I needed it for Christmas, I agreed to the 20%. He then phoned his depot.
Hang on a second. So you agreed to keep a fridge freezer with a dent in the door?
Well, yeah, I was desperate. It was just before Christmas, and also as the size of this fridge freezer had to fit into this alcove of mine, and so it was the only one I could find of that size, so I was desperate to keep it.
And is it very visible?
It is if you look at it.
Oh, no. See, I couldn't live with something like that. That would bother me forevermore. There's no way I could live with a dent in a fridge freezer door.
Well,
but then I'm a fairly uptight person.
I'm a bit laid back like that, I think.
Oh, good. Well, it's much better to be your way than my way. But I definitely wouldn't accept it. But you did. You said, OK, well, I'm desperate, so I'll have to keep it, and you'll have to give me the discount off it.
That's right. And then he phoned the depot, and I assume he was telling them it was damaged. And then he took a photo on his smartphone, and with that, he left the house, leaving the fridge freezer where he had placed it. I had no service at all. He didn't reverse the door or anything else. He was desperate to get away. He claimed the damage may have been the forklift truck at the depot, but it could well have been him lifting it up onto his shoulder.
I can't believe it. So you're saying he literally just took the whole thing out of the wrapper and then just put it on his shoulder?
Yeah, on his back and shoulder.
What was he, Jeff Capes?
Yes, that's what I thought. Health and safety gone out the window.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the man's going to have no back in a matter of months if he carries on working like that. How ridiculous.
Anyway, as I say, I left it then until after Christmas because obviously, I didn't want to say anything. and I assumed that I would get this money back into my card account.
Yeah.
But a couple of weeks after Christmas, still no sign of this money whatsoever, and I'm not that particularly worried about the amount. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was just the fact that I had agreed and I expected to get it. And it hadn't arrived. So I wrote a letter, but I wrote it freehand because I couldn't get my computer up and running for some odd reason.
It's just one thing after another, isn't it, Roy?
So I wrote it freehand and I sent it off to them, to their customer services. A couple more weeks went, still nothing at all. So on the 13th of January, I managed to get my computer up and I actually printed out a letter, which I sent you a copy of, an email, and I sent the whole email off to them, asking for 20% discount and also my £35 back for the door service fee, which they never did anything with. And that's it, really. And I've heard nothing whatsoever, not even a phone call, email, or anything else. So that's why I came to you, Jonathan, because they're obviously ignoring me.
Okay. Well, they won't ignore me. But can I just ask, just quietly, Roy, between you and me?
Mm-hmm.
If we can get them to replace the fridge freezer, would you prefer that?
Yeah, I suppose so, because it wouldn't take me long to chuck all the stuff out of this fridge freezer.
I would. I mean, if we... Because I really feel as if the way they've treated you is so disappointing. I really feel as if... And the fact they delivered you a dented fridge freezer in the first place is just completely unacceptable. And then they didn't even have the courtesy to give you the discount that they promised if you hung on to this damaged fridge freezer. It's ridiculous.
Yes, and it sounds a little bit like you'd need some very, very large fridge magnets to cover that dent, Roy.
I wonder whether you can, just thinking aloud, I wonder whether it's the kind of dent that you could pull out using one of those things you use for cars. You know, when you get a dent in a car.
No, actually, it's one of these. It's right on the corner, so it's a reverse one. It's sticking out rather than going in. It's a pressure one. It's definitely pressure on the corner of the fridge door.
Right.
And it's sticking right out, so it's not one that I could use that. No, otherwise I would have thought about that.
I've got a man that he's got dents out of my car because I don't like those little... You know, you get those little shopping trolley dents in the side of the car. Bothers me. So I've got this very nice man, and he can come round to your drive, and he's like a magician. He can take any dents out of your car. It sounds like you could do with him and on your fridge freezer.
Yeah, I don't think he could get to the inside of it.
Maybe not. No. Yeah. Let's go and have a word with this company and find out what they're going to do about it, because this is completely unacceptable. I'm going to pass you back to Tara, and we're going to have a chat with them. Okay, Roy?
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
In fact, to tell you what, hang on there, because I need to talk to Tara about Alex and the TV, so we'll get to you eventually, but just stay there if you would, please. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. Alex was saying he bought a TV in November 2019. 13 months later, the sound and the picture just completely stopped working. So he got in touch with the retailer, who said it's out of warranty and we can't do anything to assist.
The telly turns on, but it doesn't display any picture or any sound. We sent them an email to say that the telly is broken, and they then sent us an email back to say that it wasn't covered as it was out of its 1-year warranty. Obviously, I listened to your show, found out about this Consumer Rights Act, about it being not fit for purpose, as I don't believe, we paid 320 quid for the telly, or I don't believe after 13 months that it should break. So we then contacted them and said that we feel under the Consumer Rights Act that the telly should be repaired or replaced. They have now since emailed back to say that it may be covered under the Consumer Rights Act, but it's going to cost us £95. That's for them to pick the telly up and to check the telly for if it's our fault or their fault.
Well, I wouldn't mind if they were saying, in the event that we take it away and have a look at it and we find that you've damaged it, you're going to have to pay us £95 for the investigation. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But they seemed to be suggesting that Alex would have to pay the £95 before they'd even entertain coming around. And that money was going to be taken regardless of whose fault it was. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Alex.
Hello, mate.
Hi, right. Tara's spoken to this company about the £95 charge they were planning on giving you just to inspect the TV. What have they had to say for themselves, Tara?
Sorry.
OK, so this is Curry's PC World, and they've sent a statement through to the programme to say, we're very sorry to hear about the issues. Now, it was your other half that actually bought it, wasn't it, Alex?
It was, yeah.
And that's Victoria. So we're very sorry to hear about the issues Victoria was having with her TV. As her tech was out of warranty, she was advised to follow our usual out-of-warranty repair policy, whereby a fee is paid, the unit collected, and if found to be faulty, the fee is refunded to the customer. Our customer has advised us she is unable to pay the fee, so as a gesture of goodwill, we have waived the fee. Victoria's television is booked for collection tomorrow. This was a while ago that they sent this through, so I'm hoping they've had it and they might have determined exactly what's wrong with it by now, so it can be assessed, and our customer services team will closely monitor this case to ensure our customer has a fully functioning TV as soon as possible. So, Alex, they should have picked it up towards the end of January. What's happened?
Yeah, so they picked the telly up, they collected the telly, they took it off to be repaired. They sent us an email to say that it was a problem with the telly and not our fault, and that they would repair it and send it back on the 3rd of February. So everything was all happy days. The 3rd of February come, they sent us the telly back, and it turns out it's not even our TV.
What? Hang on a second. What? They've sent you somebody else's TV?
That's correct, yeah. The telly they've sent us back is the same brand, same size TV, but it's a completely different model. So it's not as up to date as our telly. So we then contacted the chap that was emailing us, and yeah, he confirmed that it was not our telly that they've sent back.
By accident?
That he's not sure. He didn't say. He just said that he would be very doubtful that the other person that's obviously got our telly would get in touch, because they've ended up with a slightly better telly. What they've done is...
So hang on a second. So they've given your TV repaired to somebody else, and they've given you the other customer's inferior TV.
Is it the same size?
It is the same size, yeah. It's just not as up to date. Like ours was a smart TV with like Amazon and Netflix on it. This one doesn't have anything like that on it. So.
Right. Well, so what are they going to do about it? I hope you're about to finish this story with something very positive, because this is outrageous.
We are waiting. They did contact us back to say that obviously due to the situation, they couldn't arrange for our original telly to get back to us because it's entered someone else's house. So they was organising a full refund for the telly, which we are currently waiting to go in. They contacted me 2 days ago to say it would take 5 to 7 days.
But have they at least called the other customer to say, hello, have you noticed you've been sent a better TV by mistake?
As far as we was told, he wasn't going to contact the other customer.
Why?
Because the other customer had technically received a better TV, so he didn't want to ring the customer.
Yeah, but it's not their TV.
Customers. That's what we were saying, but he doesn't want to upset two customers apparently, so... He's not leaving. He's going to wait for them to contact him direct or whatever.
But hang on a second. A TV that has been in your house in the middle of a global pandemic has been given to another customer and is now in their house, and the company hasn't called that other customer to say, we need to make you aware we've accidentally given you someone else's TV that has come from their house and is now in your house.
Not as far as we're aware. He didn't tell us that he was going to do that because, as I say, he didn't want to upset another customer. So he was just going to leave it. And as he said, he didn't think the other customer would get in contact because they've technically got a better telly.
But we don't know how long your TV was sitting with them before it was then sent to another person's house.
No.
How long were you without it, Alex?
Bizarre.
Probably a while.
We was without it for about a week, actually, to be fair. They was very quick. They picked it up, and within a day they notified us to say that it had been to the repair centre. And then a couple of days later they emailed us to say that it had been repaired and would be delivered back on the 3rd.
This is completely and utterly unacceptable.
It's a bit of a comedy of errors, really, in COVID
times. It is, yeah.
Well, but I mean, I have heard virologists suggest that coronavirus can live on certain surfaces for up to 9 days. Now, I'm not for a minute suggesting that you have a coronavirus infestation in your house, but it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility, Alex, would it? That this television could well have come from a house where everyone had got coronavirus, and it's then been sent to somebody else's house within 9 days, potentially. Yes. I think we definitely need to find out from them how this mistake has happened, and why, when they identified the mistake, even if it was just as a matter of courtesy, did they not call the other customer? I mean, it may well be, to be fair to them, it may well be that they have called the other customer, you're just not aware of it. But I'd like to know if they've called that other customer, to at least make them aware of the fact that they have somebody else's TV from somebody else's house in their house now.
I'm presuming that they will be able to spot that because they've got streaming services that they never had before, unless they thought it was updated in the workshop.
Yeah, but it depends. If it was my grandmother, for example, I'll be honest with you, she might not notice. As long as it looked like the same kind of TV, she might not notice.
The controls are different, and when we sent our telly away, we sent it away with the feet attached. And the telly we got back hasn't got a control and hasn't got any feet to it.
So how are you controlling it then? Can you even use it properly?
We've got a universal control that's programmed to our kids' telly. It works but it doesn't run its full.
Right.
Okay.
Listen.
It does work. So we've got a telly.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, yeah.
Alex, leave this with us. We need to go and speak to Curry's PC World again. We need to find out how on earth this has happened, give them an opportunity to respond. At this particular point in time, they're not getting any kind of horn whatsoever. Not until we've got some answers. Let's leave it there and we'll talk to you very soon, okay?
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Thank you. It's the J. Hayley.
Good morning.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem, Hayley. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I bought a cordless vacuum in 2017, December. Within 2 years, I started having problems with the LED lights and the power. The company...
How much was it out of interest?
We actually got it as a bundle with a smaller vacuum that came along as well, and we got it at a discount buying the bundle, but we paid around £300 for the two.
And that included a rechargeable one, a cordless one, and a corded one?
No corded, just two rechargeable, a upright and a handheld in the stairs and whatnot.
Okay. Could you not do that all in one? Because my cordless vacuum, it does all of it. It does the upright bit and then it does the stair bit.
Unfortunately, this didn't, no.
Oh, right. Okay. Fine. So it was £300 and you bought it in November 2017.
That's right.
Okay.
December.
Oh, December. Okay. So what's gone wrong?
So first off, the LED lights started to go wrong. They were just flashing. There's LED lights on the front of it. The power the suction wasn't as good as it had been when we first got it. And this was within 2 years. So I contacted the company who said that I needed a new battery. And they sent that out fairly quickly and everything was okay for a few months.
Did they send that out for free or did they charge you for it?
No, they sent that out for free, and
Okay.
I believe I was in my warranty at the time, so they were very quick to help me.
I'm on my second cordless vacuum, and I gave the first one to my dad because I wanted to upgrade to a slightly better one, and I have found with that one and the current one I've got, after about 2 years, in my experience, that's when the battery starts to kind of dim and it doesn't give you as long to use the machine anymore. Is that what you were finding?
Okay. That's right, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I wonder whether that might just be something to do with the battery life on those kinds of things. So they sent you out a new battery and that solved the problem, did it?
And that solved the LED light problem, and the vacuum seemed fine. About 4 or 5 months after that, I started to have problems in February, I had problems with the power button. So this particular model, when I was turning the power on, it was delayed. So sometimes I'd wait 5-10 minutes to turn the vacuum on. Other times it
What?
would
So you'd
start
press the
up.
button and it would take 5 or 10 minutes before it actually fired the thing
Yeah,
up?
nothing. You'd just be stood there pressing it, hoping that it would turn on and that you could do some vacuuming. Sometimes I just gave up and left it, and other times it was in February last year, so it was just before lockdown. And yeah, so I contacted the company, and they were good enough to negotiate a free of charge base for the vacuum. So they sent that out to me in February. So this was the second problem that I'd had with it. But they were
When you say a new base, what do you mean?
So they
Do you
call it a base. So basically, there's a handle and there's a bin.
Oh, I see. So do you mean the main
vacuum.
body
So
of the vacuum?
They gave me the main body. Yeah, that's
Right.
correct.
Okay. So you've had a new battery and a main body.
Yes.
Right. Okay. What's gone wrong now?
So the power button again started to fail. Again, just waiting a long time, and eventually now it's not working at all. So you can't power up the vacuum at all. So this is the new base, which essentially is the new vacuum. I have contacted the company, and they've suggested that I buy a new base. So this would be the third base. It's cost £70 to purchase. Obviously, the original vacuum is out of warranty. That was purchased in 2017. And the Goodwill that was delivered to me March 2020, that one doesn't have a warranty because it was sent out of Goodwill.
No, and I mean, to be honest, forget the warranty, because the warranty issue, that's null and void. This is about whether, under your statutory rights, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, have you had enough use from this vacuum cleaner, or have you not had enough use? Has it lasted for a reasonable amount of time? Now, all of the various replacements, forget all of that, because this is about time period from the date of purchase to where we are now. You purchased the product in December 2017.
Yeah.
So we're 3 years on. Has this vacuum cleaner, for the money that you paid for it, lasted for a reasonable amount of time? Now, I presume you don't feel it has lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
I don't feel it has. I've had vacuums in the past that have lasted me a lot longer.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, it's difficult for me to speculate too much on the cost, because the very good quality rechargeable cordless vacuum cleaners are very expensive. I think the one that I bought recently, it was over £400 for the vacuum cleaner. It didn't come with another vacuum cleaner as well.
Okay.
So it's difficult to work out whether £300, difficult for me to work out what kind of quality of product you were buying, and therefore how long it should last. However, I'm more than happy to go and speak to the retailer where you purchased it from. I presume it is the retailer you've been communicating with.
It is, yes, yeah.
Okay. And they just simply say, as far as they're concerned, you've had a reasonable amount of use from it.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. I think what you may be entitled to, and we will obviously need to go and speak to the company and see what they have to say, give them a chance to respond. But what you may well be entitled to here is a level of reimbursement that you can then use to put towards a new vacuum cleaner.
Okay.
Now, so you've had 3 years use from it. So how long would you expect this vacuum cleaner, bearing in mind it's not a corded one, it is a rechargeable one, how long would you expect it to last?
Maybe 5 years.
Yeah, I think 5 years is a reasonable amount. I think if you get any more than 5 years from it, that's good. Yeah. But I think you should assume 5 years is about average. So we're then talking.
Yeah, sorry, the new base is less than a year old, so
Yeah, but
that's
forget
what I'm
that.
worried about buying. Okay.
No, forget that, because that's and yeah, I would certainly from a quality of the product perspective, I would certainly suggest that you don't go for this product again, because it may well not it may not be designed to last for very long. So if we're looking at the £300 that you spent up front and we divide that over 5 years, you're looking at about £60. Now, you've had 3 years use from the product, yeah?
Yeah.
So you've had £180 worth of usage from it.
Okay.
So if you take the £300 less the 180, that gives you a remainder of about £120 worth of value that you have not had from this product.
Okay.
So that would be an amount that it would be nice if we could get the retailer to agree to contribute that, and you put that towards replacing it. That, I think, would be a reasonable kind of solution to this, okay?
Yeah.
But I think we do need to just give them a chance to respond first. How often do you use the vacuum cleaner?
Daily.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Let's have a little word. Tara, can we just get some detail, please? Let's go and have a word with this company. Let's see what they have to say. Can I please pass Hayley back to you and we get that detail, please?
Absolutely. I mean, it was about £300. Was that for both of them, and the other one is fine? Does that make it slightly more awkward?
Yes, it does, because ultimately the £300 was not just for this particular product. It was for 2 products. And that's why I want to see what the package actually consists of. I want to see what the other vacuum cleaner was. I want to give the company an opportunity to respond, because it may well be that £120 is just not reasonable, because if you look at the £300, it wasn't just providing you with 1 vacuum cleaner, it was providing you with 2. And is the other one still working, Hayley?
Yes, it is.
Right, but how often do you use the other one?
Well, at the moment, it's a little handheld one. I use that every day. I use it for the stairs and things. So. Yeah,
which I would imagine is not necessarily used every day.
Oh, it is in my house.
Oh, it is? Okay. You've got spotless stairs. Okay. Listen, let's get some detail. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. Okay.
Thank you.
Hang on there, please. Maria has not had a working washing machine since Christmas. She pays a monthly amount to cover her electrical appliances, and in more than 5 weeks, no one's been out to sort this washing machine for her.
They said it was the drum. It went round, but it just wouldn't wash and that. And I kept going to the laundry about 2 or 3 times a week. When I do my bedding, it's £7 for a big machine. The dryer in there, it lasts for half an hour, £3 each time. I could have done without this, I tell you. On Wednesday I called them. I was there for over an hour and nobody picked up the phone. And I didn't get no texts, nothing. I would like a new machine in there now and some money off. Yeah, I haven't taken no money off. They'd still charge me for the washing machine as well. I've got the cover on that one, my tumble dryer, my fridge freezer, and originally now my new little cooker. I pay £23 a month.
Well, Maria needs help. And I promised her that I would try and give her that help. I've been off to speak to the company concerned. What's the latest with the washing machine? Maria's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Hi, Maria.
I got the new washing machine.
Hang on a second, Maria. Hang on 1 second. Let me just first of all recap what the company have had to say, because I've spoken to Domestic and General. That is the company that you have a policy with.
Yes.
They have said, "We are sorry for the inconvenience experienced by Maria. We design our policies to provide peace of mind for our valued and loyal customers, but unfortunately errors can occur. We've reviewed the case to identify and fix the error and have been able to expedite a replacement washer-dryer for Maria, as well as provide £140 in compensation for her inconvenience. We've spoken to Maria and we're pleased we've managed to come to a resolution." So have they got it all sorted for you? Are you happy, Bunny?
No, I'm not. Because they never sent a plumber out to plumb it in. I had to pay £90 to get a plumber out, and the people left me with a leak. And
Right, hang on a second, Maria. Let's just break this down. So, when Domestic and General contacted you and said they were going to replace the washer dryer, replace it with a washer dryer, they've said in their statement. Did they?
Machine, actually, not a washer dryer.
Oh well, they call it a washer dryer. Are you sure it doesn't have a tumble dryer built into it?
No.
Okay, so they say that they had organised to replace it. Are you saying they just had it delivered, but they didn't send anyone to plumb it in?
No. The delivery drivers wasn't a plumber.
Okay, so when the washing machine arrived, did you contact them to say, is someone coming to plumb it in for me?
And they said no.
What? So they were just planning on
the drivers phoned them, not me. And I spoke to the lady. They are not. She said they're not experienced plumbers, but they left me with a leak.
Hang on a second. So when they organised for the washing machine to be delivered, did you actually speak to Domestic and General to ask them whether someone was coming to plumb it in?
The drivers who delivered the washing machine phoned them up because I think they got a direct line or something. And then they spoke to me saying they were only delivery drivers, not plumbers. And I asked them if they was going. I said, you can't leave me without no washing machine, but they did.
But hang on a second. Do you know for sure that whoever you were speaking to was from Domestic and General?
Yes, because the bloke told me, and her name was.
No, I don't need. I don't need any names. So you spoke to someone at Domestic and General who said they weren't. I find that very strange, Maria. I find it very strange that they would replace a washing machine and they weren't planning on sending anyone to come and plumb it in for you.
And the old washing machine is outside. And it took me over an hour to get it outside.
What, you had to move it yourself?
Yes, just near the bin, so I didn't do it nowhere else.
Okay.
And the plumber fitted it for me.
Now, who left you with the leak? I don't want names, but who left you with the leak? Was it the plumber that you found to come and plumb it in?
No, it's the people who tried to, from the delivery people. The delivery people left me with a leak.
So the delivery people came and took your old one away?
No, it's stuck outside.
Well, how could they leave you with a leak then?
Because they tried to disconnect the water. But they never. The plumber said I would have been left with. The kitchen floor would have been flooded.
Maria, did the delivery driver who came with your washing machine, did he take away or attempt to disconnect your old washing machine for you?
Yes.
Right.
They did try. People from that company said they're not plumbers.
Okay. But he attempted to... Why was he attempting, if he wasn't planning on fitting the new washing machine, why was he attempting to disconnect the water?
Because I said to him, are you supposed to be disconnecting my washing machine for the new one? That's what that
he did.
Said.
So he did arrive and he did try to plumb in your new washing machine for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't that they weren't going to plumb it in. It was that they did try to, but something went wrong.
They're not plumbers.
No, that's fine. I don't believe you necessarily need to be a plumber to swap over a washing machine. It's just swapping over of pipes. And when he tried to disconnect the old washing machine, what happened? Did he give up halfway through or what?
He said he couldn't disconnect it. So the new washing machine was left in the kitchen.
So to be accurate then, when the company came, they tried to fit your new washing machine, but they couldn't because of a problem with the pipes in your house. So they then...
because they wasn't... That company didn't even tell them they have to disconnect a washing machine.
Okay. They tried to plumb in your new washing machine, but things didn't go according to plan.
No, and I wasn't happy bunny.
So you then got your own plumber to come and plumb it in?
Yeah. Well, it cost me 90 quid, mind you.
Okay, so you've paid £90 to get your plumber to come and plumb it in?
Yeah.
Okay, and have you spoken to Domestic and General?
If you can get through to them, I can get through to them again.
So no, you haven't spoken to them. So you
No.
paid £90. Have they talked to you about giving you £140 compensation?
Yes, I did, yes.
Are you happy about that?
Yeah, I'm happy about that, but I'm not happy paying this out. I could have done without this.
Okay, well, I need to go and have a word with them, and I need to find out what happened on the day when they came to deliver the washing machine. Why was it that their delivery driver, who it sounds as if attempted to swap over the washing machine for you, but ran into difficulty, and I need to find out why... Are you all right?
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's this dog that's barking and there's nobody at the door.
I need to find out what they are prepared, if anything, to do about the £90 charge you have incurred to get the plumber out. Okay. Well, look, we're nearly there. You've got a new washing machine. You're no longer having to go to the laundrette. So,
Thank goodness, no. Thanks to you anyway and your team.
Good. Well, I'm pleased that at least we've got that part sorted, but we now need to just find out why there was this...
My friend said if she lived nearby, she said she could have done it in 15, 20 minutes.
Could have done what?
Put the washing machine in.
Well, this is why I'm not sure what's gone on and why I need to go and speak to them and find out what happened with that driver. Because obviously something went wrong when he was trying to do it, and it may well be that there was something more complicated to your pipework. I don't know. But
I haven't got a clue because they never told me.
Okay. Well, let me go and have a word and see if I can find out. Maria, I'm very pleased you got your new washing machine. I'm going to give...
Thanks to you and your team anyway.
I'm going to give... But I'm withholding some honks until I get some answers on the plumbing issue. Maria, I'll talk to you soon. In 2015, Sid purchased a new telly. It was 65 inches, 3D, and cost £2,500. It came with a 5-year warranty. Well, 6 months out of that warranty, something happened.
August last year, it wouldn't turn on. I went back to the store, and obviously they said it was out of warranty. I quoted them the Seller Goods Act, disappointed that they didn't know about it. In the end, they agreed to take it away at my cost and have a look at it. After about 3 weeks, I went back to the store, and they said, yeah, there was a fault with the television, and that they would obviously repair it. On the 16th of December, I got a refund for the cost of the repair, or for them to take it away. And on the 17th, I got a phone call from their customer service, I'm assuming, and they told me that they actually broken the television. So from a part that was repairable, they actually broke the screen, which wasn't repairable. Because you can't get 3D TVs anymore, the guy just basically said, look, it's old tech, it's obsolete, we're going to give you £599. And I told him that wasn't acceptable.
So is £599 a reasonable offer? Quite a number of you commented on this case when Sid first told me about it, because this is more complicated by the fact that the company themselves broke his TV while it was in their care. You know, if they'd been able to repair it, he'd be a happy bunny. It's only because they seemingly did not take adequate care with it that he's now in this position of having to replace it. And therefore he's not at all happy. Well, Sid's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sid.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm good, thank you. Now, Tara's been off to speak to the retailer to find out what they have to say about this, hear their side of the story. What is their response, Tara?
Well, they have sent me through some information about this particular case with you, Sid, and they say that it was sent to the repair centre and that their engineers did, as you say, identify an issue of a faulty main board, which they were going to repair. However, a more thorough investigation revealed that the screen had been damaged, and unfortunately, hang on a minute. Hang on. A more thorough investigation. They discovered damage to the screen.
That sounds distinctly like they don't want to accept that they are the ones that damaged the screen.
Yeah.
Did they damage the screen or not? What have they had to say about whether they damaged the screen?
Well, they did a more thorough investigation. and discovered that the screen had been damaged. They also go on to say that, unfortunately, as we know, this model of 3D TV isn't being manufactured anymore, so they were unable to replace the damaged screen, which is where the issue comes in, because you can't get one to play your 3D videos on anymore, can you, Sid?
No,
So
you
they
can't, no.
they looked at the 6 years of use that you'd had with that TV, a bit like the calculation Jonathan did previously with the lady in the vacuum cleaner, and they calculated that it was going to be a refund that would be suitable of about £359, but that they had to chat with you. You weren't happy with that, and they increased it to £599. That offer remains on the table.
But hang on a second, because the crucial bit for me, I mean, that's all right. And sure enough, if when they had received the TV back, they looked at the TV and they said, you know what, this is not repairable. So therefore, we now need to look at making a financial offer to you. We'll work out what is a reasonable financial offer. Here's the financial offer. It's on the table. Do you want to accept it or not? I completely understand that. But the point is, and what makes this different, is the fact that you say, Sid, they admitted to you that they broke the TV while it was in their care.
They told me they broke it in transit.
How? Okay. How do you know that? Where's your evidence that they have admitted they broke the TV?
Initially, it was via phone call, and I'm sure it was on the email that I forwarded to you guys.
That is crucial, because
I got pictures of the TV before they picked it up, which will be date stamped, I should think.
If that is the case, I have to be honest, their response sounds sneaky.
Yes.
Because the way they have responded to us is to suggest that they were very carefully trying to repair your TV, and when they looked closer, they found someone had damaged it.
Yeah.
You know, they're not saying, oh, we're so sorry, while it was in our care, it got broken, and we therefore ruined the TV that would have been repairable otherwise.
Yeah, I'm sure the email they sent me told me or states that it was broken in transit.
Well,
and they didn't negotiate the £599 either. They told me it's $349, but we're going to up it to $599. So there was no negotiations at all.
What I would like...
Yeah, I'm looking at the copy of that email now, and it does say that your television was unfortunately damaged during transit.
Okay, right. Here's the crucial thing, though. So I would like us to go back to this retailer again and say, thank you for your response. However, we are somewhat surprised at the contents. Please see the email below, send over a copy of that email, and also, have you got the photograph of the TV, Sid, before you sent it away, unbroken?
Yes.
Please see the attached photograph. You state in your response to us that it was only on closer inspection you noticed the TV was broken. You have already admitted that the TV was broken by yourselves, and therefore your response is unacceptable, because this customer would have been in a position of having his previous TV repaired. It was only because you broke it that he's now in a position where he's got to go out and spend a whole load more money just to get another TV that, to be honest, as far as Sid is concerned, isn't going to be as good as the TV that you broke. I can't believe this. I can't believe the response. It's so sneaky.
Yes, very.
So what would be, in your mind, Sid, a suitable amount of money that they would offer you?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, before I went to the customer service desk, I actually spoke to 3 separate salespeople on the floor, and I asked them all the same question: how long should these TVs last? And they all said, all 3 of them, between 8 and 10 years. Now, you know, it's a huge outlay, and you know you've got to justify that cost. And for 6 years, you can't do it. But for between 8 and 10 years of a TV, that's how you justify spending that sort of money.
What was the total again? 2,500.
It was just shy of 2,500. I think it's 2,489.
I'm just working out. I can't remember if I did this last time or not. £312. If so, I've forgotten. Times 5. So it's £1,562. So the balance really that you would be looking for would be kind of £900 to £1,000 as a more reasonable offer.
I think so, yeah. If the guys are saying between 8 and 10 years, the guy even said, well, I've got one of these, it's lasted me, I've had it for 8 years. And that's how you would justify to either yourself or your partner spending that sort of money on a television. Because it's a lot of money.
I just think the way the company have suggested that this, it's only when they look closely they noticed that the TV was there and it had been damaged. And there doesn't seem to be any holding up of the hand and saying, we're so sorry. Unfortunately, while we were trying to look at the TV, we broke it. We're really sorry about that. There doesn't seem to be any recognition of that at all. It's kind of glossing over that. And that surely is the fundamental part of your story that means you have more entitlement than maybe you would do otherwise. OK, well, look, I think we need to go and have another very awkward conversation probably with that company. Can you please, what I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Tara, Sid. Can we just make sure we've got a photo of the TV before it went back? Because I think that's useful to get over to them as well. OK.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Sid, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara and we'll go back and have another word with them. Now, Davina had a resin-bonded driveway fitted at the end of 2018. It took a few weeks to complete, cost Davina £6,000 for the drive. She also paid a further £600 for a wall. She paid in cash, but she's noticed a problem with it.
I went out in February this year. It'd been down just over a year to sort of spring clean it, get up all the leaves, wash it down, get it ready for the summer. And I noticed quite a few hairline cracks in it. So I immediately emailed the company to say I'd got hairline cracks in it. They said they'd look into it. And then we went into COVID. I sent them a couple of emails during that period sort of to keep the fire burning. The man that came out to repair it said to me, it's only got a 12-month guarantee. This is a gesture of goodwill. He was a young boy. He came out with a little oil can with sort of, I presume, resin in it to try and fill the cracks. They're basically a hairline, and some of them have got a little bit wider. Of course, the resin has overflowed the cracks, and because it's sealed on top of the drive, it might have sealed the cracks, but they're now twice as dark as the rest of the drive.
Well, Davina's not at all happy with the way this looks. She wants the company that she's paid all this money to come and put it right. That's where the fun and games began. Davina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Davina.
Hi, good morning, JVS.
Now, without going through all of the details again, because it is such a saga, but when I went off to have a word with the guy from the company, he was very aggressive. Didn't seem to take to me one bit. Didn't seem to recognise that he had any responsibility, just kept talking about how it was over a year, therefore he didn't have to do anything. Didn't like me explaining the Consumer Rights Act to him. In the end, I decided to email him rather than carry on the conversation. I did that. He just carried on arguing with me by email. The following day, I received a phone call from someone else from the company who apologised for the way his colleague had behaved, and explained the reason why he'd been so aggressive was because he had COVID-19. And in fact had just gone home with COVID-19. He wasn't feeling at all well, so therefore he would like to solve the problem. And he said, what we're going to do, we're going to go round, we're going to go and have a look at Davina's drive and try and rectify it. What was very strange, though, was the fact that when I then spoke to you a few days later, the original man who'd been so aggressive on the phone was one of the chaps that turned up at your property. Well, if he had COVID-19... there's no way he should have been in a vehicle with other people travelling to your house to come and survey a driveway. None of it made sense at all. And it's fair to say the relationship between myself and this man is not a good one. There is no level of trust because, to be honest with you, whatever he says, to be honest, feels as if it's just making excuses for the situation you're in. You were having a report carried out by somebody independent. Now, I know that has happened, and you've sent me over a copy of the report. Just explain to everyone listening to the programme the essence of that report as far as you're concerned, Davina.
He has offered to relay the top resin. I think the problem is they don't really know what's happened underneath.
No, just to go back, the part I was talking about was the report.
And the report.
The report I have read, and I'll be honest with you, it's not particularly conclusive, is it?
I think the trouble it's not conclusive is they don't really know what's going on underneath.
No, and it doesn't, because what I was hoping was that report would come back and state categorically that in this independent surveyor's professional opinion, the driveway had clearly not been laid on a sufficient base, and as a result of that, there is movement in the earth, and that movement has then caused surface cracks. That's what I hoped it was going to say, but he doesn't. It's very much on the fence, isn't it, in terms of, what might have caused the problem and what he can observe from the top. Was there no attempt to kind of to dig down a bit to see how deep the base went when he did the survey?
No, he didn't do anything like that.
Which is a bit strange, to be honest with you, because surely that's what needs to be done to work out what's to blame for all of this.
I can go back to him, obviously.
Well, I don't know. It may be unnecessary, because you were saying then that the company have said they're prepared to come and redo the surface.
Yeah, but he has put several caveats on that.
What are the caveats?
Well, the fact that we need to know the relative humidity, the lowest surface temperature and the lowest air temperature. And if we expose the tar base layer, if it shows similar cracks, he's got to fix that before he lays the resin. So there are a few things in it that sort of... And he says that he felt that the resin has either been, just a minute, inadequately mixed or inadequately laid. There was inadequacy in that the way the resin band finish was either mixed or laid.
What has the company themselves said they are prepared to do in response to that report?
I haven't given them the report. I was waiting to speak to you before I sent it over.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the way you were talking, it sounded as if the company have agreed to come and replace the surface.
Well, they had already agreed that on previous occasion, that they would replace the resin surface.
The trouble I still have with all of this is what I don't want to do is to allow that company to come back and to do something that, frankly, is just a temporary fix.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about.
Because my feeling is still, if the base has not been sufficiently, is not sufficiently deep enough, then when you start driving your cars onto that driveway and use it in the way that it was intended to be used, then surely there is a chance that there may well be some movement again and you're going to see cracks appearing again.
Yeah, I know this happens, and I've actually, apparently this is happening to quite a lot of people's resin drives, having gone onto a sort of forum about this. I don't really know what to do. I mean, there are the facts that he does say, that obviously the builder is probably going to try and relay it January and February, but they're actually too cold for them to relay it. And you should ask him to take simple readings that we can see about the surface temperature, air temperature and humidity. And also if the macadam underneath, the tar underneath is similarly cracked, then the cracks should be taken out and replaced. But it's not a wonderful report in our favour, I have to admit. It's a bit...
No, it's not. It's a little bit hedging your bets, to be honest with you, which is not ideal, because I think there are plenty of opportunities in that report. If this were to, for example, go to court, I feel as if there are plenty of opportunities for the company to turn that report back on you and to suggest that it's a bit inconclusive as to what's caused the problem. And even your expert, he couldn't say for certain what's caused this problem. I do find it a bit odd that he hasn't gone down to see how deep the base was, because surely that's a fundamental part of it.
Yes, I think so as well, yeah.
How much did you pay for the report?
We didn't actually. He is a surveyor, and he is someone that we do know. Okay. So as yet, we haven't paid anything for the report.
So he did it as a bit of a favour for you?
Probably, yes. But, he obviously, even though he's a friend, he hasn't really been our way.
No, and that's fine, because obviously he's got a professional reputation to look after, and it sounds as if he's obviously an honourable person, and he doesn't want to put something in writing that he can't stand by. But I do wonder whether it's worth going back to him and saying, look, the problem is that the issue that we have is that there is this concern over the depth of the base in the drive, but we obviously don't know how how that base has either been done properly or not because no excavation has taken place. Is that something that you could do, just so we know whether the base has played a part?
Yes. We probably can go back to him, yes, certainly, and do it.
I know it's kind of asking for a further favour, but I think that's going to have to happen, because what you don't want to do, because this company did the same drive for one of your neighbours, and one of your neighbours did their own base, and their driveway is not cracking, is it?
They have said in the interim they have a couple of hairline cracks, but they are from where they did their own base to the bit where they didn't do their own base.
Okay, right.
So where they've done their own base, it hasn't cracked.
Okay. I think you need to know about the base before you actually go back and agree to anything from this company, because once they've come out and done what's been agreed, you can bet your life you'll never get them back again.
No, that's right, yeah. So it might last another year and then we're back to square one.
Exactly. We're only going to get one chance at this, so we need to make sure that whatever is done properly. You go and have a word with the surveyor, see if he can have a look down at the base, and let's take it from there, yeah?
Okay, that's lovely. Okay. Thank you for your help once again.
All right, Julia came to me. She was telling me she purchased a car in November 2019. Spent £7,500 on it. In the first 2.5 months of owning it, she had a lot of problems with it, so she took it back to the garage, who firstly said it was absolutely nothing to do with them, so she took it somewhere else for another garage to look at.
The local garage diagnosed a blown head gasket. They discovered that the engine was so badly pitted that it couldn't be fixed. So I contacted the garage, obviously, and told them what the situation was, and hoping that they would help in some way, at least contribute, or, and they wanted the opportunity to take it away and repair it themselves, which I thought, yeah, okay. They took it away in August 2020. They don't actually have their own repair workshop, so they had to take it to another garage to repair it. I don't know what garage they took it to, but it's still there now. I have been in contact with them just before Christmas because I had a parking ticket in the post, and they said they would pay that.
So when Julia first came to me, she was in a right old pickle. She's got no car. She's lost £7,500. And because the car is still registered to her, the parking tickets that are building up on this vehicle, because whoever has got hold of the car now has parked it where they shouldn't be parking it, she was responsible for. Not a great situation to be in. Thankfully, last time I spoke to Julia, things are now looking up fairly considerably, and I have to be honest, I'm a little bit amazed, but delighted. Julia's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Julia.
Hello, Jonathan.
The reason why I was amazed was that after I heard your initial story, I obviously, after the programme, started to work on your case. And when I saw which company you'd purchased the car from, my heart sank. Because I've had dealings with this company in the past, and things did not go very well. And in fact, this company have had a run-in with Trading Standards. They were taken to court by Trading Standards a couple of years ago as well. And I thought, oh, God, here we go again. And when I called the company, things got even worse, because the man that answered the phone, I recognised his voice instantly. Very kind of aggressive chap. I would imagine for customers who in good faith have just tried to buy a nice car and then end up with problems, to have to deal with this man would be most unpleasant. I'm quite used to dealing with aggressive people on the phone, to be honest. I've been doing it for years and years, so it's water off a duck's back, but I can imagine that it would be very unpleasant for your average customer to have to deal with him. So I didn't really think there was very much point in wasting time or effort or energy or breath in having a conversation with him. So I just emailed the man that is the director of the company, explained the situation, and to be fair to him, he came back pretty promptly and seemed to suggest that they'd already agreed with you they were going to refund you for the car. Well, of course, my obvious question to them was, well, that's fine. Why haven't you done it for the last year? If you've already decided to refund this customer, give her her money back. And while you're at it, what's going on with the parking fines and refunding her for those? Well, they suggested in their email to me that they were going to refund you for everything, the car and the parking fines. Great. But I'll be honest with you, Julia, didn't believe it was going to happen. I thought we were still going to be talking this time Christmas, and you hadn't got your money back, because certainly in the past it's been problematic. However, I'm delighted to say my negativity, my pessimism was completely misplaced, because sure enough, last time you and I spoke, you'd received quite a large amount of money deposited back into your bank account. Tell everyone how much.
I did. I got the full amount for the refund for the car. I mean, they had said previously they would only give me 90% until they got the paperwork, but they've given me the full amount.
Great.
So, yes, I was gobsmacked.
Well, to be honest with you, I was too. I really thought you were going to have a battle on your hands, but I'm absolutely delighted. And, I want to be fair to this company. I'm absolutely open to the fact that they may well have changed their ways, and it may well be that the negative experience I had with them in the past can just be left in the past. They're now a new and improved company, and certainly the fact they've given you all your money back is great. However,
yes,
the parking fines, they had not refunded you for the 2 parking fines. You've paid those parking fines, and they were, was it £30 each?
£35 each.
So a total of 70 quid you were looking for from them.
Yeah.
So I went back to the director of the company and said, thanks very much for refunding the customer. However, where's the 70 quid? They've come back with this. He says, I agreed with the customer that I would refund £7,000, and upon return of the documents for the car, we will refund the balance. However, we refunded the full price of the car and are awaiting documents back so that we can then refund the £70. She has agreed to this. Once we receive the documents, we will be happy to process the balance.
Okay.
Okay? Yep. Have you returned the documents yet?
Yes, I posted them yesterday with the spare key, special delivery. I went in the post office and put it yesterday, so they should actually have that today, because it should be next day delivery. Okay,
I presume you've kept the receipt so you can just track that and make sure it has happened.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, good. I have. Yeah, I haven't checked, but yeah.
Okay, well, it's worth just checking to see if they've got it, and if you could let me know as soon as they've got it, and then obviously I can then go back to this man again at the garage and just say, I gather you've now got everything you need. Have you processed the £70 refund?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, look, I feel good. I was really worried about this when you first came to me, and it is. I must just very briefly use the opportunity just to remind everyone else listening to the programme. The temptation now when you're looking for a car, and I completely get it, from a human being perspective, I completely understand why. People go on to a website like Auto Trader and look for the kind of car that they want. A photo comes up, looks like a beautiful car. They follow the link. All of a sudden, they're buying a car from a dealer that they've done no homework on. They don't know whether that dealer is any good or not. They may well have even travelled a very long way in order to go and see the car. They part with their money. You are taking a massive risk. When you find a car that you want on the internet, it is really important that you then do your homework. Take a step back. Look up the company, the garage, the dealer. See what other people are saying about them. If you find a whole load of news stories about trading standards having taken them to court, if you find loads of customers saying, do not buy a car from these people, it's awful, I bought a heap of junk and I'm left with nothing. These are all warning signs that can prevent you making a terrible mistake. And in fact, if you'd looked this company up, I bet, Julia, there's no way you would have ever bought this car from them.
Yeah, no, I've done the digging since that I should have done before, and no, you're right, I would have run a mile.
Not quite. I would imagine you went quite cold when you saw some of the things that people were saying about them.
I did. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So just try to prevent. This has been a very stressful experience for you, and I completely understand why. And I would hate for other people to have that experience. So please just do your homework. If you are going to buy from independent garages, and the final bit of advice, always, if you don't know about cars, if you're buying from an independent car company, always take someone with you that knows about cars, knows about the mechanics, and can help you identify what could be a very expensive dud. And if you don't know anyone, pay the likes of the RAC, the AA, or an independent garage that you know and trust to look at that car for you and tell you whether or not it's a good purchase or not. Okay? Julia, please let me know if they've received the paperwork and the key. As soon as I know whether they've got that, I can go and chase them up. Okay?
Yes, certainly, will do.
Kerry came to me. She was saying her son lives in a flat. He bought this flat, and when he went through the process of purchasing it, he paid an additional £20,000 for 2 parking spaces in the car park, one for his van and one for his car.
Each space has a number, and he has a permit which he puts in the van and the car. He's recently got 2 tickets. The first ticket he got was issued quite a long time ago now, on the 12th of August last year. He parked his van in the space that he normally parks his car in. So consequently, he had the wrong permit in. But because he owns both the spaces, he thought this wouldn't be a problem. You know, we have appealed. It is his space. He paid for both of the spaces. Can't you make an exception? And they were like, no, absolutely not. So the second fine was on the 21st of December, his van was being repaired. So instead of having other people that live in, like the residents, parking in his space, his van was in for repair, so he put his car across the 2 bays. And of course, he's got a fine for that as well.
Well, Kerry is kind of scratching her head over this and saying, look, surely they're his spaces, he can do what he likes. He should not, this company should be showing him some leniency here. Well, it does sound as if there is a bit of a job's worth attitude from them. But let's see what the latest is, because Kerry's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Kerry.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Kerry. Now, Tara, I know, has spoken to this company. Let's start off with their response. What have they said about Kerry's son?
So this is from Galliard Homes Limited, which are the property management group that looks after this block. And they say they were very happy to look at the issue at our request. And they said that the driver of the vehicles, i.e. your son, Kerry, which is the subject of our inquiry, has allocated 2 spaces at the development. Yes, that part of it we were very aware of. And they also say he has been issued with 4 physical permits, so 2 for each space. They say on the first instance he parked his vehicle in an allocated bay but without displaying the permit for that space, and as a result he received a ticket. On the second occasion he parked across 2 bays. They go on to say, whilst we understand his unhappiness at receiving penalties, the parking arrangements are limited there and enforcement of basic rules is appropriate so that everyone can park in their allocated space when they wish. They say that they did have a representation from your son, Kerry, regarding issued tickets, and the property manager has arranged for 1 to have been cancelled, but most people would understand that cannot be repeated as it would be unfair to the other residents. Now, I did ask for clarity as to which fine was being cancelled, and I understand it's the first fine, which you told us stood at £160. The second one was for parking over the 2 allocated bays, and that stands at £100.
So that is their position, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, Kerry, before I kind of chuck my thoughts into the mix, how do you feel about their response?
Well, I think because he owns both the spaces, he hasn't actually parked in anybody else's space and inconvenienced anybody else.
I presume your son is a leaseholder, not a freeholder.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just explain the right way of looking at purchasing leasehold property and land, because it is very different. Your son has not bought 2 spaces. He has not bought the ground that those 2 spaces sit on. Your son has purchased the right to use both of those spaces in accordance with the lease. Okay?
Yep.
So, for example, let me give a slightly different way of looking at it. And I've been a leaseholder previously as well. And it is a slightly different mentality that you have to get into, as opposed to those of us that own our own homes. You know, if you decide you want to, put whatever on your drive, to be honest, you're normally allowed to do so. It's your land. You can do what you like to an extent. It is different with leasehold. So when I owned my flat came with a lease, and that lease had a whole list of things that I could or could not do in that property. For example, just to give you a few examples, I was duty-bound as per the lease to redecorate all of the rooms once every 7 years. I was not entitled to make any structural changes, i.e. make any adjustments to the walls inside my flat. I was not allowed to play my gramophone after 9 o'clock at night, nor was I allowed to beat my rugs over the side of the balcony. I was not allowed to run a business from the flat, nor was I allowed to rent the flat out. Even though I had paid money for that flat, it was not mine to just do whatever I wanted. I had to live in that flat in accordance with the lease. And it would be the same with the car park. So your son has spent this money on buying the right to park his car in those 2 spaces. But he doesn't actually own the 2 spaces. It sounds as if Galliard owned the 2 spaces. And what your son has done is purchased a lease that gives him the right for a set period of time to use those 2 spaces in accordance with the lease. Does that make sense?
Yep, totally.
So what they're saying is they have a list of rules for everyone using the car parking spaces. And whether you've purchased a space or not, everyone has to follow the rules set out in the lease for those spaces. And they're suggesting that what your son has done on 2 occasions is to not do his bit. He hasn't followed his side of the deal and followed the rules, and therefore they can't make exceptions for people all the time, because it then sets a difficult precedent. And where do you draw the line? So although they've shown him some leniency with one of the infringements, the other one they say he has to pay.
Right, okay. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
Well, I hope I've explained it well, because I know a lot of people, particularly people who move from a house into a leasehold flat, it often takes quite a lot of time. I remember when I lived in my last flat, we had a real nightmare with one particular guy that owned a flat, who also owned a house, and he used to rent this flat out. And he could not get in his mind that he was a leaseholder, he wasn't a freeholder. He could not understand why. One of the other things in our lease was that no one was allowed to hang their washing on the balcony because it looks untidy. And his attitude was, it's my balcony, I can do what I like. And it didn't matter how many times I tried to explain to this guy, no, it's not your balcony. You have the right to use the balcony in accordance with the lease. You can't do whatever you want on the balcony. You're not a freeholder, you're a leaseholder. And he never quite got it. He couldn't quite get it in his head. And there is a big difference in terms of the way you have to look at this. And there are some people who, when they're listening to all of this, they're thinking, well, I would never want to be a leaseholder. And that's fine. There are negatives to being a leaseholder. There are also wonderful benefits. You know, insofar as, at least when you move into a leasehold property, you know what the rules are. The rules apply to everyone. If somebody else decides that they're going to use their property in a way that is unacceptable for other people, there's a clear set of rules in the form of that lease that you can hold them to. And if necessary, if they're in breach of the lease, they can be removed from the building. So there are pros and cons to it, but ultimately your son does not own, in the true sense of the word, those 2 spaces to do whatever he likes on.
Yeah. So what I'll do then is I'll get him to put both permits in both the van and the car.
Well, I think that would certainly seem to prevent any future problem, because, yeah, as long as he's got both of those permits in both of the vehicles, then yes, he's entitled to park whichever vehicle in whichever space, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. But I think what is probably the best thing to do is for you to get him to just settle the outstanding amount. They're going to let him off on the other one, and I think just draw a line under it and just make sure that he recognises that car park is a managed car park. There are rules. The rules apply to everyone, including him. And those rules are designed to make sure that only the correct cars are in the correct space, and that everyone is, everyone who's entitled to park their car in a space is able to do so. And one day that may benefit him. Okay?
Yeah, that's lovely.
Okay, I hope that helps, and I know it's a bit of a change of mindset, but it's really important that is understood, and the leasehold, you can't just do what you want. Just one final story. When I lived in my last block of flats, we had real fun and games when one particular woman, she bought a flat, and she didn't get the whole leasehold thing either, and she decided to knock the bathroom wall down, and this, bearing in mind, this was a supporting structural wall in a block of flats. She knocked the wall down because she wanted to make an ensuite bathroom in the trouble she had as a result of doing that. You know, you can't do that when you're a leaseholder. It's not your building to just do what you want with. Kerry, listen, let's leave it there for now. Hopefully that helps. And, you know, I would tell your son, just pay up ASAP.
Yes, certainly. I like to have olives and stuffed olives and manchego cheese and sun-dried tomatoes for lunch and olive oil. I bought
what, every day?
Not every day, every other day. In between, I like avocado and beetroot. But anyway,
look at you. You don't care, do you?
No.
Oh, how luxury.
It is very luxury. About 3 weeks ago, I don't eat bread very much. That's why I don't eat sandwiches. I try and steer clear of bread. About 3 weeks ago, I bought a little plastic tub of stuffed olives. I have bought olives before with the stones in, usually by mistake, and they're a bit fiddly. You've got to kind of nibble around the stones. But these were stuffed olives with pimentos in.
I'm afraid I can't enthuse too much about olives because I think they are the work of the devil.
Oh, they're wonderful. There's something very primitive about them. Something very biblical about olives. They're gorgeous. They're very good for you as well.
Oh, I know they're good for you, and you know, I wish I did like them, but no. Whenever I've tried, horrible.
Well, they're nice when you're abroad in the sunshine with a glass of wine. They're lovely.
You reckon? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, look, you like them. That's the main thing.
That's right. So I bought this little plastic tub of stuffed olives with pimentos. And about 5 days later, I opened them up and I was munching away, and I bit on an olive still had a stone in it.
Oh.
And it jarred my tooth, my double molar at the back. It jarred it, but I sort of didn't take much notice of it, really. But over the next 2 or 3 days, it was really aching, so I rang the dentist and made an appointment to see him last Friday. Well, on the Wednesday night of last week, I was brushing my teeth before I went to bed, and my filling fell out, great big clonk in the sink. So I saw my dentist on Friday, expecting him just to fill it, and he said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take the tooth out." He did some x-rays, and he said it's cracked right across. I'm going to have to remove it. So the appointment is tomorrow. In the meantime, my tooth is actually loose. One half of it that's broken is actually wobbling.
Oh, dear.
Very uncomfortable, and it's obviously difficult to eat. So anyway, I emailed the company, and I said to them, you know, it doesn't say anything on the pack about olive stones. I did look on the back. Now, it's got like a plastic strip that runs, where you open it, it runs from front to back. And if you look on the bottom of this little pack, it gives a list of ingredients. And right near the bottom, it says, may contain small stones or fragments. Which to me isn't very clear. There should be something on the front that says with a warning. Now, I've looked in a couple of other pots of olives in other supermarkets, and they're much clearer, much plainer. On one I saw yesterday in the supermarket, it said warning. Right above the ingredient, it said warning, may contain stones. But this particular one, it's very, very small. I needed a magnifying glass to read it.
Just forgive me, I'm going to ask a question, and I'm genuinely asking this because I want to try and get into the psyche of an olive lover, because as someone who doesn't love olives, I don't really quite get it. Is there not the case that whenever you eat an olive, wherever you are eating it from, whether it's a jar from a supermarket or as a little starter at someone's house before a dinner party or something like that, is there not always a part of you that crunches gently on it until you make absolutely sure there's not a stone in it? Because surely a natural thing would always be for there to be a stone in the olive, so you need to just make absolutely doubly sure that one hasn't been left in by accident.
Well, you can normally see, if you're eating olives say you're in Spain or Greece or somewhere and they give you a little pot of olives,
Yeah.
a little jar to eat complimentary with a drink,
Yeah.
you can normally see there's a great big hole where the stone was.
Yeah, but if they're stuffed, then obviously the hole is stuffed, isn't it?
Well, that's right. That is why this pot of olives I bought, if they're stuffed, then if there are going to be any stones, they would be loose in the pot. They wouldn't be actually inside the olive still.
But is it not possible? And again, I'm not asking these questions to be argumentative. I just genuinely, as someone who doesn't eat olives, I don't know the etiquette of it. But when they're stuffed, is there not the chance that the stone might still be further down in the olive and the stuffing part has just gone on top of the stone in the hole?
I've never come across that before, ever. I've never come across that. If they're stuffed, they're stuffed with either a little sliver of pepper or pimento, which is kind of a soft pepper.
Yeah. I mean, it's the only thing I can liken it to. I like. I've decided that I'm not really going to eat chicken breasts anymore because they're the most boring part of the chicken. So I've decided going forward that I'm going to eat chicken thighs because they're nicer. Yes. And I buy chicken thigh fillets where the bone's been taken out.
Yes.
And sometimes
I buy them with bone in actually because there's more flavour in them.
Okay, well, I buy them without the bone in. And when you're going to chop one up, for example, to put in a stir fry, I always run my fingers over the inside part of it just to make absolutely sure there aren't any little bits of bone, because sometimes they leave a little tiny sharp bit of bone somewhere in the chicken thigh. So I just kind of double check. I don't trust that the butcher has necessarily got all of the bone out. Is it not the same with olives, that when you take an olive, there's always a part of you where you think, well, has the stone been taken out of this, or am I going to crunch into it and find a stone? I'll bite into it gently. Oh, no, it's fine. That's fine. I can carry on crunching it. Is that not the way you think?
No, certainly not. Well, not until now.
Okay.
If I've bought a pot of stuffed olives and they've all got little either shards of garlic in, sometimes they're stuffed with garlic, then I expect them to be stuffed. And if I was looking at a pot and it said, warning, may contain stones, I might have thought about it. But if it's buried in tiny writing on the back in a description, I don't think that's good enough. And that's what I said to the company. Of course, they came back to me and said, we have a disclaimer. We don't think we've done anything wrong. You can have a £10 voucher. And as it's going to cost me over £200 for this tooth tomorrow, I wasn't very happy with that. I know you don't deal with compensation. I just wondered what your listeners thought. They might think the same as you, that I should have been more careful.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to put it out and see what my listeners do think, because I would really like some advice on this, because I'm not an olive eater, and therefore I don't know what would be normal to do. You're telling me it's not normal to bite into an olive gingerly until you double check to make sure there's no stone in it. And if that's how everyone listening to the programme feels as well, that when you buy stuffed olives, you should be able to trust 100% that the stone has been removed, and where the stone once lay, now lays a delicious filling.
Yeah.
If that's how people feel, then, I don't think it is necessarily about compensation. It's about out-of-pocket expenses. It's about the fact that you're now going to have to pay £200 to fix a problem caused by a supermarket selling you. But this was their own brand, was it?
Yes, I think so. Okay. I'm not absolutely sure. Yeah.
So a supermarket selling you their own brand of stuffed olives, one of which had a blooming great big stone in it.
There was actually 3 stones altogether in this pot. I've never found any before.
Right.
There were 3 in there. I've kept them. I've still got the pot with the stones in. But,
now, I'm going to put this out there, but I should warn you. You know, Heather, I'm sure, my listeners are nothing if not honest.
I'm as tough as old boots, don't worry, I can take it.
Fine. Can I read this text that's coming already then to you?
Go on.
Phil says, the woman about the olive, she should know better. She just wants to blame someone else.
Okay, fine.
Well, look, I'm being honest about this. Is it a case of you should know better or not? I'm asking that, Heather, because I don't eat olives, so I don't know whether the idea of biting into them. I'm trying to think if there are other things that have stones in that I would eat.
Well, if you bought a pot of plum jam, it will probably say on it in quite big writing, warning, may contain stones. Because normally if you buy plum jam or any kind of jam or some fruit that has a stone, they do remove the stones, but they normally put a disclaimer in fairly big writing.
Yeah, but I guess the difference is with jam, you would see it, wouldn't you? I mean, I guess the only way really to eat olives, to make sure that you're not biting into a stone, is to cut them open with a knife and fork in half, just to make sure. But I know that's not really the way you eat them, is it? You're supposed to eat them with a cocktail stick or just shove them in with your fingers. Hang on a second. Stuart in Wheatomstead. Hello, Stuart.
Yes, I have a jar of olives in my hand, and it says on it, due to mechanical pitting, the removal of olive stones cannot be guaranteed. Then in larger writing, consume with care.
Right.
But it doesn't say that on Heather's pack, does it, Heather?
Right, I don't know. No.
Is that in... You see, this is down with the ingredients. It's quite low down in the list of ingredients on the back. Very small writing. I did tweet the picture to you, and it's a little bit blurred because the writing is so small. I couldn't get it clear enough. It didn't say anything at the top. As I said, one of the supermarkets I went into on Monday, actually, I had a look at the back of their olives, and it's the first thing it says on the base of the pot is warning, may contain stones. But this is right down near the bottom after all the other ingredients. Could contain small stones or fragments.
But I guess the point that I'm getting to is do you need that disclaimer, or is it not obvious?
No, there should be a disclaimer. No, it's not obvious. Not with stuffed olives.
Right.
Sometimes you can buy olives that have just been pitted with nothing else in. I buy those as well sometimes.
Okay. Stuart, thank you very much indeed. Mini Disc Kid tweets to say, if the olives are pitted or stuffed, you would expect them not to have any stones in them. But the packets do usually say that some stones may remain, so be careful. The stones are removed by a machine, so you can never be completely sure, unfortunately. Sue in Hartford texts to say, JVS, I eat olives every day, and I would never bite down hard on one. There are very often still stones and bits of stones in stuffed olives.
Well.
See, that's the bit. That was really the advice I was looking for in terms of whether regular eaters would actually bite gingerly on them until you know that there's no stone. Rob says, I always bite into an olive gently, as you can never be 100% sure that the stone has been removed. If the disclaimer was on the packet, I think the £10 gift card is generous.
Oh, okay.
Dave, sorry, I'm not filtering these out. This is a genuine...
Fine, I'm interested. No, it's good to hear other people's opinions.
Real-time response.
My friends and family, obviously, have been a lot kinder, a lot more sympathetic.
Oh, they've all said it was outrageous that you were sold them with the stone. Okay. Dave in Chesham. Hello, Dave.
Hello, JVS.
Hi. What do you think? Are you a keen olive eater?
I am a keen olive eater, and I like them stuffed and pitted and unpitted and all sorts. Right. But if they're stuffed, and particularly if they're small, it can be very hard to work out if there is a stone in there. And I think I've seen like some jars and that the detail is so small, and I think it really should be much bigger. And okay, yes, people can be very pious and say, "Oh, you should know," and that, and oh yes, well, it's all very easy when it's not your tooth. But people, you do forget of an occasion. And I've had a team, and I thought, oh, there's a stone, and I think, oh, I'm lucky that I've not had a tooth cracked. So I think, actually, £10, not sufficient, and also they should improve the signage on their pot of olives.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I guess the other thing to think about is, if this wasn't a fairly common problem, they wouldn't be putting these disclaimers on the jar in the first place, would they? So obviously this is not only you, Heather, that this has happened to. Dave, thank you for your call. Rob in Milton Keynes. Hello, Rob.
Morning, Jonathan.
Hi. What do you think about this? Are you a keen olive eater?
I am a keen, only since I turned 30.
Oh, really? You never liked them before 30?
Couldn't stand them, and then all of a sudden hit 30 and accidentally ordered them on a sandwich and never looked back since.
Oh, how funny. Right, so what do you think about the stuffed olives and whether you should bite into them very, very gently until you're absolutely sure there's no stone in it?
I've always done that myself. I mean, you can never guarantee with mechanical processes that it's going to be, fully removed. My children also eat olives and we chop them in half for them, so obviously for the same reason. I mean, if it's on the packet, yes, it is in small writing, but sometimes where it says may contain nuts is in small writing, but you'd still, if you had a nut allergy, you'd read all the, the disclaimers before eating the product.
So, as far as you're concerned, then, should Heather just accept that this is an unfortunate cost that she's now got to incur?
I think so, and as well, because of the fact there was already a filling on the tooth, that, there possibly was a weakness there. I've got obviously no dental records for the lady, but, I mean, it could have been on its way before that particular stone hit. That could have just been the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
I see. All right, Rob, thank you very much indeed, and enjoy the rest of your life eating olives. John in Harlington. Hello, John.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, what are your thoughts on this then? Should Heather have known better, or is it unreasonable for the company to have sold these olives with a stone in it?
Well, caveat emptor, that's what I say, Jonathan. There's a good reason why olives and dates are eaten with some sort of stick. You have a cocktail stick for your olive, and they provide a little plastic stick normally with a packet of dates for you to stick the date on with. If the stick passes through the middle without interruption, then there's no stone in either of the two things. And that's the whole point of it. If you just stick the point in the olive and you don't actually pass it through the olive when you come to eat it, then you stand a risk of finding a stone that's inadvertently left. It wouldn't be the
I see. So the way you should always do it is with a cocktail stick, and you puncture the whole olive right through the middle.
That's a really good idea, actually. I just shovel it in with a spoon. I never thought of that. That's a really good idea.
Well, there we go, you see. OK, John, thank you very much indeed. Alan, hello to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Alan. What about you? What do you think? Is Heather entitled to expect the supermarket to help her out much more with the dental bill?
I'm sorry, Heather. I'm going to have to disagree. If you've eaten olives as frequently as you say you've eaten olives, then you've probably come across this before. Because I
haven't. Otherwise, I would have been more careful.
I eat olives all the time. I'm on like a ketosis diet, and you quite frequently get the occasional one with a stone in it that you kind of have to gingerly eat them just to make sure there isn't one in the middle.
Right. None of you are really doing very much to sell olives to me. I mean, this does all it sounds like a dangerous pastime, to be honest with you. So as far as you're concerned, Alan, Heather should accept the £10 voucher and move on.
Yeah, I would, buy yourself some olives and just be careful in future.
OK, all right. Leslie in Milton Keynes texts to say, it's the compensation culture age we live in now. I've broken teeth on stuff I've eaten. I wouldn't dream of trying to claim anything, says Leslie. Alison texts to say, I feel for Heather, but I don't think she's right to expect the store to take responsibility. I had a tooth break and fall out a few years back when I bit into something I bought for lunch. But it didn't even occur to me to blame the store. It's just unfortunate bad luck. These things happen in life. Carolyn of Kensworth says, this woman... Oh, I think that's you, Heather. Doesn't bode well for the rest of the message, does it? This woman is a prime example of how ridiculous people have become. Oh, dear. Eat an olive and beware of stones. Eat fish, beware of bones, etc. She should use her common sense and not expect everyone else to nanny her.
OK, fine.
Right. So I think the only thing I can say, the general consensus seems to be that it's on your head be it.
Yeah.
However,
okay,
what I would like to just do before I completely dismiss getting involved to help you, I would like to just see the packet and just see if there is a point in raising with the supermarket to suggest that disclaimer note should be a bit bigger. It should be made clearer for people that there may well be a risk to their teeth. Tara, can I pass Heather back? Can we get some detail and go and have a word with the supermarket if indeed the disclaimer is as small as Heather says it is?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very interesting one, this. My husband bit into some olive tapenade the other day, which is actually mushed up olives, and he had a little fragment. He went, oh, I've got my tooth on that, but he didn't. It's easily
dear.
done.
Oh, blimey. Well, this is just another reason not to eat disgusting olives.
They're tasty.
Ugh.
Oh, your palate. You limit it too much.
Well, probably, but at least I've got all my own teeth. Right, Heather, listen, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some more detail and we'll have a little look at that photo and may take it from there, OK? Now, Brenda applied for a reduction in her TV licence because of her husband's health, but she's been told she doesn't have the right certificate to meet the criteria.
My husband had glaucoma and loss of partial vision in one eye. So I wasn't sure if he qualified for the severely impaired sight concession for a TV licence. So I sent them a copy of the last hospital letter. On the 19th of October, I sent a cheque for £78.75. I didn't hear anything, and I wasn't sure if I could claim for this, but I'm not worried about getting a half-price TV licence. I mean, I'll pay the full amount if I need to. It's just that they said they would send me the cheque back, the £78.75. Then I could set up a new licence, but they've never sent the cheque back.
Well, I promised Brenda I would get on to the TV licensing people, try and seek some clarification firstly as to whether or not she and her husband are entitled to a half-price TV licence. And either way, I wanted to get on to them and say, where is this refund of the 50% that Brenda had paid? Because as soon as Brenda gets that refund, on the basis that that if she's really not entitled to a 50% priced TV licence, then she will then write out a cheque for the full amount. But she wants to get the refund back for the 50% she's paid so far. So there was lots of work to do on this. Brenda's back on the JVS now. Hello, Brenda.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, as you know, I went off to speak to the TV licensing people. They came back. They said initially, we are sorry for the delay Brenda has experienced in receiving a refund and for any inconvenience this has caused. We can confirm that the refund has been issued and will be sent to the licence holder on Monday. Now, that was Monday of last week. They also provided some background information as to who is and who is not entitled to a 50% reduction in their TV licence. They said those registered blind, which means someone who is severely sight impaired, are entitled to a 50% reduction on the licence fee. This concession needs to be applied for, so it's not something you automatically get, you do have to apply for it. The evidence that we accept that shows the customer is registered as blind includes a CVI, which is a Certificate of Visual Impairment, a BD8 certificate. Well, we're still not quite sure what that is, are we, Brenda? A certificate or document issued by a local authority that shows you are registered as blind, or a certificate from an ophthalmologist, an eye surgeon, stating that you are blind. If you provide one of those bits of evidence, then you would be entitled to the 50% reduction. But of course, the other question that then occurred, and a number of people were contacting the programme raising this, is there's nothing wrong with your sight, is there, Brenda?
No.
So if Brenda's sight is perfect and yet her husband is visually impaired, then does that still mean that they would get the 50% reduction? Because surely Brenda can see the TV. Well, it doesn't work like that, and TV licensing were able to confirm. They said if a customer is blind, severely sight impaired, and can provide the appropriate evidence, then they are eligible to apply for a 50% concession. The licence will also cover anyone who lives with them. So anybody listening to this programme, if indeed you are visually impaired, then your entire household is entitled to the 50% reduction. So at least we now know, Brenda, that as soon as you are able to get one of those forms of evidence, you should be able to ask the TV licensing people for a 50% reduction at that point. But the most important thing was to get the 50% back so that you could then pay for your TV licence. What's happened since we last spoke? I gather something's arrived.
Yes, I received a cheque last Thursday.
Brilliant.
So that was fine.
And have you written out the cheque for the full amount for your new one?
out. I haven't posted it yet. With this snow, I wasn't going out, so I will be posting it probably tomorrow. Although he has got a hospital appointment with an eye surgeon on Monday, and I didn't know whether to hold on until after I'd been there.
Well, so that's Monday of next week. Yeah, I mean, you could do. It might be worth. Have you got the details for the eye surgeon's secretary?
I think so. I've got an appointment.
I think what I would be inclined to do is to give the secretary a quick call, explain the situation, and just say, my husband's coming along on Monday for an appointment. Is it possible for the surgeon? I presume the surgeon is an ophthalmologist.
Yes, it's an ophthalmology consultant.
Okay, so would it be possible at that time for us to obtain a certificate from him or her, just to state that my husband is visually impaired, because we need that for the TV licensing people? That would probably be a great idea, because maybe he can then get it ready for you so it doesn't take time. You know, what you don't want to do is turn up for the appointment and for him to then say, oh, well, I'm sorry, there's not time to do that now. You know, I've got to go and get it, and I'll have to send that to you in the post. It would be great if he could have it ready to do when you go for the appointment.
Yes, okay, I'll do that. I'll try and get in touch with them.
Yeah, and then I guess if you've then got that certificate, then what you would need to do is to go back to the TV licensing people again, say, right, we've now got the certificate, so how do you want to deal with this? Do we now get the 50% reduction? You could try that.
Yes, that'd be fine. Yeah,
okay.
I will.
Oh, Brenda, well, lots of work to do on this, that's for sure. Right, in terms of the job that you came to me to do, though, it's all sorted, yeah?
Yes, I've got the cheque back. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I will thank TV Licensing for resolving it, and I will give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are. Spencer bought a new front door, new back door, and some double glazing in 2014. Spent £7,500 on all of this, and it came with a 10-year guarantee. Well, 6 years on, he noticed something with the front door that he wasn't at all happy with.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, oh, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with him. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Well, you may recall the last time I spoke to Spencer, after a very protracted lot of conversations I had with the company last year, they finally were due to turn up with the new door slab. From what I can tell, and I'm not an expert in fitting and installing UPVC front doors, but the door slab appears to be the main body of the door, without the lock and the hinges and the letterbox and the knocker and all that kind of stuff. That's what then gets fitted into the slab to make it a complete door. So the company were going to replace the slab for him, but there'd been delays in getting hold of the slab. However, it had finally arrived, and they were due to go out earlier this year. They were going to take away his old front door, take the old front door back to their workshop, swap over all the lock and the hinges and the knocker and letterbox, etc., into the new slab, come back and fit it to his house. And in the meantime, they were going to board up the front of his house just to keep it, weather tight and secure. Unfortunately, though, things did not go according to plan. Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning to you. So, as you know, you don't need me to tell you, but for anyone that missed that particular part of the saga, when they came back later that day, having taken your door away, they came back a bit sheepish and said, we're sorry, but the new slab is not the right slab. So what we've done is we've done a repair on your old door. Would you accept that? Well, you said it certainly looked better, but it wasn't perfect. It wasn't right. So you said, no, I'm not prepared to accept that. I want the new slab that you said you were going to do. And they said, well, we're going to have to go away and order it again, which was just very disappointing, wasn't it? Having gone through everything we went through, it's just so disappointing to get to that stage. Now, I know there was a bit of you that it was very clear you were a bit cynical about what had been going on and whose mistake it was and why this had all taken so long. So I did, just out of courtesy, I did go and speak to the supplier of the slab. And the supplier of the slab, to be fair to all involved, they were very apologetic. They said that they have dealt with this particular local front door company for a very long time. They have a very good relationship with them. They apologised for the delay from last year. And they also accepted the mistake was their mistake. And they said that they were working very quickly to try and get you a new slab as soon as possible, manufactured to the right requirements, so they could get someone out there to fit the new slab and hopefully get things sorted. Now, a little birdie tells me things have happened since we last spoke. Spencer, fill us in. What's the latest?
Well, the latest is the repair that they carried out without my permission, would you believe, has started to peel.
Okay. Well, I mean, that doesn't matter so much, though, really, in the grand scheme of things, does it? Because you were never going to accept that repair anyway. It was only a temporary thing.
Yeah, but originally they said in October they've had terrific results from this repair, and it was lasting a long time. Apart from that, Jonathan, absolutely nothing. I haven't heard from them since I last spoke to you. I don't know whether the slab is on order, whether they,
Yes, it is on order. It is on order. The supplier confirmed to me that it was on order, and they would get it as soon as possible. But of course, the problem that we have, again, being honest about it, Spencer, is that because this particular slab is not manufactured in the UK, because it's coming from elsewhere, it's a case of having to wait until it is made elsewhere in the world and then arrives all the way in the UK, which, as we know, at the moment, because of a variety of issues, is not necessarily happening as smoothly as we would like it to.
No.
So I don't know when it's going to turn up. What they said was we have arranged collection of the door slab from the company that you have your contract with, and we will be replacing it with a full door set, including the frame.
Yeah.
Now, they did say in their email, just having a little look through it here, and this email came in towards the end of January. It does say here, we expect to collect the door next week, fabricate it into a new frame, and deliver it to the company that Spencer has been dealing with the week after.
Right.
So I would have thought that should be happening either this week or even have happened already. But you haven't heard anything from them yet?
I haven't heard so much as a phone call from them, Jonathan.
Okay. Well, I think maybe it would be a good idea for me just to get a call into them this afternoon and just chase up what's going on and see whether that new door has arrived or not. They went on, the supplier did say, we've been trading for 30 years, surpassing 3 generations of honoured guarantees. We accept the timing of this replacement hasn't been great. However, in the current stock situation, it is exceedingly difficult. If there had been any security issues with the door, then we would have offered our lock manufacturer to attend the site to rectify. So they seem genuine, and they seem genuinely sorry for the problems that have gone on. It's just a whole load of circumstances which combined have just meant this is extremely frustrating. But I think the timing issue is now, there's certainly a bit of a question mark over that. So can you leave it with me? I will contact them this afternoon. Let's see if all the new door has arrived. But it does look as if you're getting a whole new door, whole new locking mechanism, whole new frame, everything, not just the new slab.
Yeah. Jonathan, that'll be fine. But in 2 weeks' time, this saga would have gone on for a year.
Yeah. I accept the frustration. I do accept the frustration. And I'm not... The company, when I made that point to them, they did kind of say, yeah, but we have to keep this in perspective. this is a cosmetic issue with the door. There's nothing actually wrong with the door. It's not that the door isn't locking or not opening, or this is a cosmetic issue. And I did, to be honest with you, I gave them short, sharp shrift to that, because I said, yeah, but it's not really the point, is it? But I guess with everything else going on, we do have to take that a little bit into account.
I fully understand that, but because of other things that have gone on with this company, I can't wholly accept it. I know from talking to the manufacturer myself that the actual frame wasn't ordered until the 29th of October.
Okay. Listen, let me go and chase them now. Let me find out what's going on, and we'll talk very...
Okay, well, I'm a local delivery driver around my local village, and basically I was doing deliveries in a block of flats, parking up because there is no loading bay, and all the other delivery drivers do exactly the same, and I've had to walk to the flats to make my deliveries, and carried on with my day. A couple of days later, I had a parking penalty notice stating I've been fined £100, but £60 if I pay within a certain amount of time. I just find that completely unreasonably fair. I appealed against the decision, and they've declined it, and they want their money, basically.
Right. Couple of questions. Firstly, is this a local authority or is it a private parking company?
It's private.
Right, okay. And had you parked on land that you weren't allowed to park on because the rules and the signage said you couldn't park there?
It has got signage for permit holders, but I'm not a permit holder because I'm making deliveries.
Right. So is there nowhere you could have parked your vehicle to go and make the deliveries that didn't involve you parking in a car park where you're not allowed to?
No, because it's by a main road.
Right. Okay, so this penalty has been sent to you, and what has your employer had to say about it? Is there anything they can do to help you, or have they just said, no, it's down to you?
Well, basically, my field manager stated to pay the fine and then appeal against the decision, which I didn't pay I haven't paid the fine yet, but I have appealed. But my appeal is they're not wanting to let it go, basically.
Right. So your appeal has failed.
Yes.
And I would have. Go on.
I even sent them my manifest of my daily collections of my daily deliveries plus collections, what I had to do on their site as well, but that still didn't.
It's to be honest with you, and I'm only just kind of advising off the top of my head here because I haven't seen the signage, I haven't seen the car park, and I don't know where you left your vehicle. However, if you have indeed left your vehicle in a car park that is owned privately and managed by a private parking company in contravention to the rules that they have set out on their sign, then they may well be in a position to send you this kind of invoice. It's not a fine, it's an invoice. It's a private parking company does not have the same kind of enforcement rights as, for example, a local authority. So the only thing they could do if they wanted to take it further, if you don't pay it, Kathy, the only thing they could do would be to take you to the small claims court. Okay. And if they were to take you to the small claims court, that would obviously give you the right to make your case and to argue against it. The problem is there seem to be more and more private parking companies that are taking people to court, and the days of private parking companies being unsuccessful, unfortunately, appear to be over. Very often, if a private parking company can show that they did have signs, they did state you couldn't park your car there, you parked your car there, or in this case a van, then they may well be awarded the money that is owed. So it's a bit of a risk. But I would imagine the £60 is a lot of money for you, Kathy.
It is indeed, especially, yes, it is.
Well, I think all we can do really is to have a little look at the paperwork. Have you got pictures of the signage in the car park?
On the penalty notice, yes.
Right. Well, we can have a little look at that. We can see what it says on the sign. We can see what it says on the car park. How long were you there for?
Minutes, because I'm literally delivering and going.
Yes.
So they must have been extremely quick at doing what they done.
Oh, well, they would be. I mean, private parking companies, if you just think about it logically, private parking companies, they only make money when they can find somebody that they can slap with a PCN.
Yeah.
That is their business model. Anybody that breaks a rule that they have outlined clearly on signage, they are entitled to charge. So that's the problem that you have. And they tend to be very unforgiving. And the problem I have is that most private parking companies, to put it frankly, Kathy, they couldn't give a tuppenny about their reputation because they're not companies that want customers to view them in a positive light. So even when we go and speak to many private parking companies, an awful lot of them, they don't even have the courtesy of responding because they couldn't care less if they get named. And that's the problem that we have. But look, let's go and let's look at the paperwork. Let's see if there is anything we can do to help you, Kathy. And,
okay, that's very kind.
Yeah, I can't promise anything, but we will do our best for you. Now, Simon lives in a one-bedroom flat. The block is owned and managed by a housing association. He says the trees in the common grounds are so overgrown that one particular tree right outside his flat is having a huge effect on the light coming into his property.
We've had some tenants who, after doing some complaining themselves and have had no response from the housing association, took the matters into their own hands and actually climbed the trees and cut some branches off themselves so they could get some light into their houses. And that's why I contacted the housing association myself and spoke to them, and I told them the situation. Their attitude was that the tenants were vandalising the trees, and I had to put them right on that. We had a housing officer come out within a week, had a look, took some photographs. Now, this was in June. It's going to get done, he says, but we don't know when. So they committed to saying that there is a problem in the area. However, I have rung them 10 times since the beginning of June, and I've said to them, what's going on? When is it going to get done? Let me tell you something, I get more light in the winter than I do in the summer.
Because the leaves are off the trees.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if you've been following this story, you'll know it's been an absolute saga. Simon's back on the JVS now. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Simon. Now, the reason why it's been a saga, Tara went off to speak to the Housing Association. The Housing Association said, well, look, the reality is these trees, most of them have got preservation orders on them. Therefore, we need to apply to the council for written permission to do anything to the trees.
That's right, yeah.
So they went through all of that process. Then finally we got the response from them to say, good news, the council's come back. They've given a whole load of permissions for us to do the trees. It's different permission depending on what kind of tree it is. There was one particular tree where I don't think any permission had been granted at all, or if there had been permission, it was very minimal.
It was minimal, yeah.
The silver birch. And then there was another tree where there was a certain thing that could be done and then something else couldn't be done. Anyway, there were so many different trees and so much permission or lack of permission that had been granted for each one. It was quite complicated. We were just keeping fingers crossed, Simon, that the tree outside your property was one of the trees that the council had given permission to be, cut right back, because that would have solved the problem.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we were left very disappointed, weren't we? Because, in fact, the tree that is outside your property, the permission had been granted to cut back the branches on the roadside, but not on the property side, which means all the branches from the tree towards your flat, they all have to still be left there. So it doesn't really solve the problem of lack of light, which is really annoying. And I know Tara's been back to the Housing Association to say, look, can you try again with the council? Because this isn't going to solve the problem. And to be fair to them, I think they are going through that process, aren't they?
Yeah, as far as I know.
However, there was another intermediate issue that we were trying to solve. And that's that you told me initially when you first came on the programme that some of your neighbours had got so fed up of the situation that they climbed the trees.
That's right.
With, I presume, saws.
Yeah, it was saws, yeah.
And they cut some of the bigger branches off those trees. Now,
that's right.
Well, from their perspective, we don't know who it was. And it's probably better because they should not have been cutting a tree. And in fact, if they cut a branch of a tree with a preservation order on it, they would be in big trouble. Mm-hmm. However, the fact is those branches were still just left in the grounds of your block of flats.
That's
and for
right,
some
yeah.
bizarre reason, Tara, on the day that the chaps turned up to do all the work, even though they knew about these extra branches, Simon said disappointingly they hadn't done anything with them. They didn't put them through their mincing machine.
Yeah, I think you said at the time that you'd asked them if they would, and they said, well, we'll do what we can.
Yeah, that was the words, yeah. We'll do what we can,
Yeah, and then they didn't.
They didn't.
Didn't do anything. So I know you were going back to them. What's the latest?
Yeah, absolutely. I went back to the Housing Association and I just explained that it would be great in the interim while you're waiting for this application to go through again, which hopefully, fingers crossed and all that, will get approved and you might get some of these branches that are affecting your flat taken down, which would be great because that would affect your light into your flat and that would be lovely. That's why you lodged the complaint in the first place. Brilliant. In the interim, because we waited for all that to happen, would they be able to go over there and clear up some of these branches that have been chopped down by your neighbours who shall remain nameless? Mm-hmm. And they got back to me pretty much straight away within about 20 minutes and said, I'll pass this on to the local housing team. So I was quite hopeful that at the beginning of this month you would see those branches cleared away because they are a bit of an eyesore, aren't they?
Has anything happened, Simon?
They're gone.
Oh, fantastic.
They're gone. They were gone within a day, I think, of me letting you know.
Brilliant. Great stuff. Do you know, did they come round with their mincer?
I don't know. I don't think so. I was here and I didn't even see the branches go. So I don't know whether they were just put on the back of a wagon and drove off. I'm not sure.
You would have heard the mincer.
I would have heard the mincer, yeah.
I don't think it's called a mincer.
A shredder?
I think it's called a chipper.
A chipper. It's a Wolf something. That's the
think
brand
it's
that
a
a lot of
chipper.
people use and they look very, very, very strong.
Yeah. Well, listen, the good thing is they've removed all of those branches. That's one little job done. Now we need to just be patient and wait for the, hopefully, permission to come back from the council, giving full permission to come and cut back loads more of the branches on the tree outside your property.
Yeah,
but,
the beech tree, yeah.
Yeah, but of course there is still no guarantee of that, so we must just keep fingers crossed and hope for the best.
Yes.
Simon, we'll obviously be in touch with you if we hear anything. You do the same with us, please.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right, thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. Let's see if I can squeeze in Roy in this half hour, because Roy came to me. He was telling me he needed a new fridge freezer. It was all getting a bit desperate because he needed it in time for Christmas. But when it arrived, well, he was a bit surprised at the method of delivery.
I paid an extra £20 for removal and recycle of the old appliance, and I also paid £35 for a door reversal service and setup. It arrived with a van with just one man. He proceeded to remove the wrappings. He then picked it up on his shoulder, the freezer, and placed it by my front door. He then came in and he took my old fridge freezer outside to the lorry. He then proceeded to manhandle the new item into my kitchen, where I had prepared the final resting place for it. I then noticed that the freezer door had a large dent in it. I pointed this out to him, and he said, either you reject this item and I will take it away, or you can have 20% off and accept the item.
Well, Roy felt as if they got him by the short and curlies. I mean, he doesn't really want a fridge freezer with a dent in the front of it. Who would? Doesn't look great. But he was so in need of this fridge freezer over the Christmas period that he ended up saying, well, OK, I'll have to accept the 20% discount then. So what happened to it? Nothing. He didn't get his 20% discount, which is why he came to the JVS show. Well, he's back now. Hello, Roy.
Hello.
Hello, Roy. Now, I think in hindsight, and I know hindsight is a wonderful thing, I think it probably would have been better to say to the guy, I'm not happy with either of those options because I'm not going to be left without a freezer. So you can leave this freezer with me now, and I would like a replacement delivered and swapped over. But of course, this chap, he didn't offer you that at all, did he? And in fact, we suspect that it may well have been him that dented the freezer in the first place, because this guy he picked up the fridge freezer on his shoulder and he carried it himself on one shoulder, having taken it out of all the packaging. Well, there is a chance that all the weight of that fridge freezer may have been on his shoulder, and that may well have caused the dent to pop out because of the pressure. Now, no, Tara has spoken to the company. Obviously, as far as Roy is concerned, what he wants is the 20% that he agreed to and they agreed to at the time. Where's his refund?
That's exactly what I asked them. And also about this £35 that Roy had paid for the whole door rehanging service, which he didn't actually use. I also mentioned that obviously he's been left with a dented freezer, and the only reason he accepted it at the time was because it was in the run-up to Christmas. He didn't want to be left without a freezer over Christmas, and he had a very specific alcove size, so there weren't really many options as to what would fit within there. So would they look into his case and resolve it for him? Now, that was on Monday, and I was very pleased to see that yesterday, before the company, I know they're quite good at dealing with things quite quickly with us, but before they got back to me, we got an email from Roy.
What happened, Roy?
Yes, well, in the afternoon of Monday, after I'd spoken to you, I received a phone call from their department apologising for their inaction, and then they proceeded to offer me £90 to cover the damage and for not giving the service paid for. I thought to myself, well, I asked for the 20% discount plus the £35, and £90 covered that plus. So I have accepted that. Yesterday, on the 9th, the finance department rang for my bank details to place the £90 back into my account within 5 to 7 days. So that's where we are.
Now, did you raise the issue when you spoke to them of them replacing the fridge freezer for you?
No, she never mentioned that at all to me.
And you didn't say to her, is there any chance you could swap it over instead? Because that ideally would be better.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I didn't know.
You didn't, okay. Well, look, if you've accepted what they offered you, and to be fair, that's what you were first asking when you came to the programme. It's not what I would have accepted, because that fridge freezer is now always going to be dented. And I don't know, it's the kind of thing I would notice every time I walked into the room, but maybe you're a different kind of person. But if they've offered you that money and if you've accepted it, then, that's all they really have to do. What we'll do then, we'll give them this, and they'll get the rest as soon as you've got the money in your account. Will you please let us know?
I certainly will, Jonathan, and thank you and thank your team for the service that you've given to me. I'm really, really pleased.
OK, well, listen, we're not going to crack open the champagne until you've got that money as promised. Any company names, please?
Sure. So we moved house on the 1st of February and we wanted to take our internet provider with us. So we went through the process and they told us there would be a bit of disruption in that first week. So they sent us a mini hub to see us through. And my husband and I took the week off work and the kids were sent paperwork from school to do. And on the 3rd of February, received an email saying, congratulations, it's all up and running. You don't need your mini hub anymore. And our internet was working. And then it was all fine. And then on Monday this week, it all just stopped. And we thought it might have been the wind and the snow, but it turns out they've actually cut us off and closed our account, and they won't get us up and running again until the 23rd of February.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they closed the account. They made a mistake, and that's all they can do.
Well, reopen it.
Yep.
Why can't they just do that? Why can't they just reopen it and say terribly sorry?
Yeah, I have no idea. I've spoken to so many people. I've been on the phone for hours, and that's how it's been left.
Well, I mean, the thing is, at the moment, more so than ever before, everyone needs their Wi-Fi. They need their internet.
Yep. I've got 2 kids at home on Zoom all day, on school. My husband works from home and I work from home, and we're all trying to do this via a 4G mini hub that it just keeps crashing every couple of minutes.
Right. What do you do, just out of interest?
I'm working with NHS Test and Trace.
Oh, my word. So
And I've had to cancel all my shifts this week.
Oh, no. So you're actually there trying to track people who've got the virus and tell other people about it, and that the internet is essential for that.
Absolutely.
And have you explained that to the internet provider?
We've spoken to them over and over again and put everything to them, and this is all they'll say. There's nothing more they can do.
Right. Tell me about this mini hub, because you'll have to forgive me. Sometimes I'm a quaint old-fashioned thing, and I don't know what that is.
It's a 4G mini hub, so we have it set up and everybody connects to it. But because it's 4G and we don't live in a very good 4G area, it just keeps crashing every few minutes.
Oh dear. Right. So it's not a stable enough connection for you to be able to do very much meaningfully on it.
No, on Zoom, the children are out, in and out all the time because it just keeps kicking them off with the connectivity so bad.
Right. And have you still got that mini hub? Have they said to you, just carry on using that until we can get you up and running?
Yeah, and they're going to send us a new mini hub today to see if that's any better. But, it's still not going to be good enough for me to work. I have to have a fixed Wi-Fi connection to work.
And this business of you having to wait until, well, when is it? Next week? Until they can connect you? A week after?
Yeah.
Until they can connect you up. Would that be any quicker if you were to switch to another provider instead?
Oh, I don't know. I need to look into that. Might be.
Well, I mean, I wonder whether, because you just need the internet up and running ASAP.
Yes.
But the slight concern I have, though, is that very often it can take some time, even if you were to switch to another company. You know, they still have to go through the process of establishing the line and doing all of that kind of stuff before they can actually get you connected anyway. So it might not speed things up. I don't know. Right, well, we need to get onto this, don't we? ASAP, because there's a chance that you may well have... think about all those people that may not have been tracked and traced because you're not able to do so, Felicity.
Absolutely.
The nation needs you.
We need Felicity back on shift.
We do, yes, quite. Can I pass Felicity back? Can we get some detail and go and have a word, please, Tara? Okay, lovely. Hang on there, Felicity. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. We'll get some detail and we'll get a call in straight away. Now, Jeremy came to me at the beginning of the week. This is a really interesting case and a nightmare case and a massive warning, I think, for anyone that is running a business, particularly a small business. Jeremy was telling me he runs a dog boarding kennel with his wife. And they were contacted last year by a new customer. They'd never had dealings with this guy before. This was just before Christmas 2020. He wanted to leave his 2 large dogs with Jeremy while he went off to South Africa. Now, when I say large dogs, I mean very large dogs.
They were real bruisers of dogs. I don't think they were American bulldogs at all. I think they were what we call cane corsos. They had clipped ears and everything. They were the sort of dogs, if you saw them coming along the road, you'd be, ooh. After the New Year's, a customer emailed from South Africa to say he needed to extend his holiday. Could we look after the dogs longer? Which I replied by email saying, yes, we could. He emailed his card details, and I kept him informed of the progress. I mean, the total price ended up as £1,762.44, yeah. Problem is, a few days later, we received letters from our card processing company. The customer was claiming a chargeback to his credit cards, and the reason given was they were fraudulent transactions, which basically means the customer wasn't putting his PIN number in. We've been doing this for 10 years, taking 10 payments a day, maybe over the phone, and we've never had a chargeback claim against us. My first reaction was to get in touch with the customer, actually. No reply. He's blocked us, actually, now, so we can't actually make contact with him.
Well, I have a horrible feeling Jeremy and his business have been conned. They have been scammed. But let's find out what the latest is, because I've been speaking to the payment company that took this card payment for Jeremy. He's on the line now. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello again, Jonathan.
Now, let me just explain what I've been doing behind the scenes. So, of course, you were able to provide me with the name of this man and a mobile number for him You were also able to give me the name and the mobile number of the so-called dog walker. These 2 dogs were dropped off by the dog walker and they were collected by the dog walker, yeah?
That's correct.
I don't believe at this stage, and I'm open to having my mind changed on this, but I don't believe at this stage either the man who apparently owned the dogs, I don't believe that's his genuine name or telephone number. And I don't believe that the woman who came to drop the dogs off, I don't believe that she's a dog walker either. And I don't believe that that is her correct name. I have tried both of those numbers on a variety of different lines. I know you mentioned that you'd been blocked. The phones they're never on. They just go. They immediately inform you that the phone is not switched on. Is that the message that you were getting?
I can't remember what I got, but there was no the call rang and then it immediately gave a message. It couldn't accept calls, I think, something like that.
The email address that you were given, the company name that this guy apparently works for, having done a bit of digging around, as I'm sure you have as well, he's not listed as a director of the company with the same name. That company doesn't seem to be based locally. The email address is not the correct email address for the company. There's, at the moment, all of the signs regarding this man and the contact details he's given you are that they are all fake, which is not good.
Nope.
Now, I've obviously been off to have a word with the company that manages your card payments. That's a company called WorldPay. And I'm sure many people who run businesses will use WorldPay as well, listening to this programme. I have a response from them, which I'll read in just a second. But in the meantime, I know they've contacted you to give you some rather bad news, have they not?
Well, they have, yes. I mean, the first chargeback, which was the first letter we received, our appeal has been refused. So the £815 or so has now been credited back to the cardholder. Mm-hmm. I expect that the other claims as well, which have subsequently, which we had to add because of the extension of the holiday, I expect that to go the same way. But the one thing that we do have is the actual cardholder who owns the card that the money was taken from.
And that's not the name of the person that booked his dogs in with you, is it?
No, neither the dog walker, no.
Now, do we know whether this person is themselves a victim in all of this? You know, is it the case that that person's card was stolen or the details were used to make these, from their perspective, fraudulent payments using their card?
Well, that's it. I can only see either it's an acquaintance and he's used her card without her permission, or maybe with her permission, or else through his business he's managed to collect these details and has then subsequently used them to make a payment. They're the only sort of conclusions I can come to.
I'll be honest with you, my hunch at this stage is that this person whose card it was that was used to pay for the 2 dogs to stay with you, I suspect that they are as much a victim in all of this as you. Now, the only reason I'm saying that is that when you look at the way this man has behaved and the levels that he has gone to in order to protect himself from any comeback following this, surely he's too clever to have used a card that was traceable back to him.
Well, yeah, he is. He's certainly covering his tracks. But, one thing I was thinking was that he's come in through these new regulations. Okay, if we haven't got his name, we're beat. But he will have had to sign a customer locator form when he arrived back in the UK. That will give his address, won't it? If we could track that down.
I don't suspect that name is real.
Mm.
You know, I don't suspect that name is real at all, Jeremy. That's my hunch, and that's the horrible thing with all of this. Now let's just find out what WorldPay have had to say. They've come back with this. They say, "Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide some context on this matter. As I'm sure you can understand, we cannot comment on specific customer cases. We, of course, are sympathetic with any customer facing a fraudulent transaction and work hard to help all of our customers avoid being left out of pocket. Within the customer operating instructions, which are provided to customers as part of their onboarding process, and also within our regular customer communications, we provide extensive advice and guidance on how merchants can help protect themselves from fraud. Within these guidelines, we provide specific guidance for processing higher risk remote transactions where the cardholder is not present. We recommend merchants be extra vigilant, ensuring card security and address verification details match, as well as making additional checks such as customer ID verification. Failure to do so may result in WorldPay being unable to defend the merchant from any subsequent chargeback as the result of fraudulent activity. The industry-wide procedures around chargebacks for fraud have been put in place by card issuers and card schemes to protect the consumer/cardholder. UK Finance is a great industry source of further information on this topic. And there ends their response. So in effect, what they seem to be suggesting is that they have, over the years, provided business owners like yourself with advice that you can then protect yourselves with regarding taking payments by card over the phone. And if you don't then follow that advice, you know, there may well be that they can't do very much to help. And obviously it sounds as if, regarding the first claim, they haven't been able to defend you there, because I presume what has transpired is the person whose card it was that was used to pay for these 2 dogs to stay with you had their details stolen.
I agree, yeah.
And that's the nightmare, isn't it? So both you and that cardholder are probably both victims in all of this by someone who's very clever and knows how to... I mean, the thought that they've given to it, the thought that even, you know, he was so clever that he sent his so-called dog walker to drop off and pick up the dog. So, I don't know, have you got CCTV?
No, we don't, no.
So even if you did have CCTV capturing people dropping off their animals and picking them up, you wouldn't even have any accurate footage of the man that had committed the crime. He's been very clever, and that's why I don't think there's very much chance that he is connected to the card holder. I think they are probably a victim in all of this as well. The bad news, and I mean, this is... So first of all, let me just reiterate the advice for anybody who runs a business, and I'm sure there'll be lots of people going a bit cold listening to this as we speak. People running takeaway restaurants where, they take card payments over the phone. All kinds of people who take card payments over the phone. Be aware of the fact that the person on the end of that phone could be giving you fraudulent card details. And if they do, and the transaction was made over the phone, the chances are the genuine owner of the card is going to do a chargeback and they will get all their money back, which means you'll lose all of the money. And the only way it would appear of protecting yourself when you are taking payments from... Because I would imagine many of your clients you know, Jeremy.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yes, as I say, we've taken them for 10 years without a problem.
Exactly. So you have a good relationship with most of your clients. You know who they are. You're trusting. You don't need to worry too much. You know, if I was the kind of person that booked my dog in to stay with you, you would know me. You would know I'm not about to swizz you, and you'd take my payment over the phone. No need to check. But it would appear if you're ever taking a payment from somebody new, you need to do more checks yourself. If making a card payment over the phone is the only way you can take the payment, and it sounds as if that's actually quite risky for you going forward, then you need to make absolutely sure that you're getting ID verification. So I presume that would mean you would have to ask the new client to send you over, for example, copies of their passport, driving licence, things like that, to show that they are a genuine person.
You're probably correct, yes. I suppose the other thing we could do is to ask them to make a bank transfer into our bank, because that is effectively, that's them paying effectively cash, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. The thing is, I personally, as a customer, wouldn't be very happy about making a bank transfer, because as a customer, it leaves you very vulnerable. So I think absolutely, by all means, you can suggest that to your clients. But if they say, well, actually, do you know what, I'm not comfortable about making a bank transfer, I would rather pay on my card, I think at that point you would need to say, well, I understand that and I'm perfectly happy to take the card payment, but because we haven't had dealings with you in the past, and unfortunately we've had our fingers burnt, and it was a very expensive finger burning experience we had, I'm afraid we're going to have to ask just to do some further checks on you. So can we have copies of your passport and your driving licence?
Yeah, I know. It seems a bit of a unsavoury thing to have to do to a new customer.
Well, I presume, but I mean, surely this is a bit odd, because surely most people bring their own dog to you.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
still,
correct.
I don't quite get this whole... I know you said you'd had it in the past, but I don't get the idea of someone going away on a holiday and just leaving someone else to drop their dog off. It doesn't seem as if they have very much care for their own dog, because I would certainly want to know where I was leaving my dog for a few weeks. I wouldn't just, leave her with anyone or anywhere. So I guess at that point, you're then able to get them to put the card in the machine, and you then take the PIN number.
That's it, and that's secure, yes.
What I'm a bit concerned about is the fact that you've tried to report this to the police, and you said the police weren't particularly interested.
That's right. They said it's a civil matter, but I think it's moved up a notch now.
I think it has. I think it absolutely has. I think that this is not a civil matter. You're dealing with what you suspect to be a con man, and one thing I have learnt over the years. Con men don't just pick on one person. Con men go through their lives trying to take advantage of other people. And this man, what he's done with you, I guarantee you he will have done time and time again with other people. He's got away with it for years. Probably every time he goes anywhere and he puts his dog somewhere, he knows to pick a new kennels, and he goes through the whole process all over again. And I bet you he hardly ever pays for anything. Now, surely that's something the police should investigate.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we do have is his dog's chip numbers, and I shall be back. I'm going to get back in touch with the police, and we'll give them these. Well, we'll see if will play ball with us this time.
Is there because that was very clever of you. Do you have a good friendly vet?
We do have a vet. Yes.
Do you reckon your vet would have a little look on the system and see if those numbers come up with a name and address?
I'm certainly willing to give it a try, yeah.
Might be worth, having a little quiet word with them just to see if they could help you out by giving you that name and address. And certainly if you can give me any further information, I would love to run with it, because, I hate the thought of people doing this. It's absolutely outrageous. Right. And I would hope that the police will take it further. What I'd like, okay, let's conclude this now. If you can try and get that information, what I'd also like you to do is to go back to the police and escalate the matter and say you now believe that you have been the victim of a crime. This is not just a civil matter. You believe you've been the victim of a professional con man, and therefore you want to report that and you want the police to actually do something about it. I'm very happy for you to tell the police that you've also come to me, and I'm going to be following this case, and if the police are still not interested, I'll go and talk to them on your behalf, and let's see where we go with this, because it's outrageous to let this guy get away with it.
That sounds a good plan. I'm happy to go with that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Jeremy, listen, we'll speak very soon, but, thank you so much for coming to the programme, because apart from anything else, it gives a great opportunity just to warn other potential business owners. It would appear hasn't paid for the weeks and weeks he was looking after their dogs. JVS, I have a feeling the dogs might not even belong to the man. He might have taken money from the real owners to look after the dogs, and then pass the dogs to your caller while keeping the funds from the actual owner. I mean, there are all kinds of things. There are all kinds of possibilities out there. One thing is for sure, he's clever. He's covered his tracks. But I guess there are some potential glimmers of light with all of this. They're unusual dogs. You know, they are unusual dogs, and therefore, if the police do take an interest, you would have thought it won't be beyond the realms of possibility to start tying up some loose ends on that. Anyway, you can guarantee one thing. We'll be following it the whole way here on the JVS show. Monica, hello to you.
Hello.
Monica, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to talk about this situation because I wouldn't like it to happen to anybody else. So, I don't live in the UK. I live in Spain. I hadn't seen my children for 2 years, over 2 years. And I spent the first lockdown in Spain. At one point, it just came to me, this feeling, this idea, and this question, what if I never see my kids again? Because we're not promised tomorrow, and I didn't know what was going to happen. So I decided I was going to come over and see my kids for Christmas. Because I was spending time with family, staying with family, I felt it would be a good idea to go to a spa, spend some quality time together. And so we booked it.
When did you make this decision?
In December. We booked it on the 11th of December.
Right. Were you keeping an eye on the situation in the UK in December?
Yes. I was actually here already. Mm-hmm.
Right, but did you... I mean, I'm just trying to think back at the beginning of December. Things were already very bad, weren't they? And it was very clear that everything was going to be shut. And I think at the very beginning of December, I think you could do certain things, but was it likely that you were going to be able to go to a spa? I mean, obviously it was.
Yes. There had been no mention of a second lockdown at that point. We phoned the spa, asked questions. What would it be like in the spa? Everything was go. We were told everything would be fine. And so we eventually booked it the 11th of December.
Yeah.
And then came the announcement of the lockdown.
And when were you due to be meeting your kids at this spa?
On the 21st of December.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how long were you staying at the spa?
That was going to be 3 days, 2 nights.
So just in the lead up to Christmas Day itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
it would have been very nice, I'm sure, had it gone ahead.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair, I guess there were some parts of the country that weren't affected, and maybe I'm kind of affected a little bit because, of course, we here in Beds, Herts and Bucks, we were very much, particularly Hertfordshire, you know, at that time, Hertfordshire was under tighter restrictions than other places, or certainly parts of Hertfordshire, and there was very much a sense of impending doom when it came to what you could and couldn't do. So the actual lockdown and then the subsequent cancelling of Christmas for most of us didn't come as much of a surprise, whereas I know there were other parts of the country that were still in tier 3, I think it would have been. So I guess theoretically people could still have mixed with family on Christmas Day, and there would have been some hotels open.
And that was exactly the situation here.
I see.
Because the tier hadn't changed by then.
Right.
So when we found out that there was going to be a lockdown, we called the company, asked them for our money back, and they said, well, they can't do that. They can offer a voucher.
How much money had you paid for the spa?
It was nearly £600.
600 quid. Okay. And you was the spa in a tier where it wouldn't have been allowed to open?
Yes, it was. Sorry, no. It was in tier 3. And when we made the booking on the 11th of December, we were told, no, everything will be okay. It will still be open. And so that's why we went ahead.
So the spa was in tier 3, so the spa could stay open, but you were staying in what became tier 4, and therefore you were told you're not allowed to travel out of tier 4.
Oh, no, they changed to tier 4.
Oh, they did, okay.
When the lockdown happened.
Okay, so they wouldn't have been able to provide the experience anyway, even if you'd been living around the corner from them.
Exactly.
Okay.
So on the 18th, when we phoned to say we'd like our money back, they mentioned, well, the spa was closed anyway. Things had changed, and this is when they were telling us the spa was closed anyway, so we wouldn't have been able to have the experience. We would have had to stay in our rooms.
Okay.
In actual fact.
How had you paid for this?
With a debit card.
Why not a credit card?
I just have a debit card.
Can you promise me one thing? In future, always pay for things on credit card.
I will do.
The reason being, I'm not just saying that flippantly, there is a really good reason. When you pay for something on a credit card, you're covered by proper legislation. It's called the Consumer Credit Act of 1975. I always get the year wrong. But anyway, you'll have to forgive me. It's the Consumer Credit Act. And what it means is the credit card company is jointly liable along with the retailer or service provider. So if, for example, I was to buy a TV from a department store, pay by credit card, and then after 6 months, the department store goes out of business and my TV breaks, I can go back to the credit card company because the credit card company is jointly liable with the retailer. So it does give a lot of added protection if you pay by credit card. Now, all is not lost, because if you paid by debit card, then there is still the ability for you to do what is known as a chargeback. We were talking about a chargeback from the company's perspective with Jeremy earlier. But you would be entitled to put in a chargeback through your bank. Have you spoken to your bank?
Well, it's a card that I've got on my phone. So it's not actually one of your local high street banks. I don't know if I can mention the name or not.
No, I'd rather you didn't.
I actually thought it was a credit card, but I was told yesterday that, no, it's a debit card.
Okay. And they they don't offer the chargeback scheme?
Yes, they're trying to look into it, but
it's
taking time.
That may well be your best avenue to do the chargeback. The reason why there's a difference between a debit card and a credit card is that, firstly, the chargeback scheme is not actually set out in legislation. So although it's an industry accepted process and banks will do it, you're not actually protected by the law when it comes to putting in a chargeback. The other thing is there is a time limit. So you've only got a few months after the date of purchase to actually put in the claim. After that period of time, you lose all your rights to do a chargeback. So it's still better to pay on credit card. You get much more protection. As long as the item, the total value of whatever you're paying for is over £100, you get so much more protection with a credit card. So this spa has said to you that they're not going to give you your money back, but you can come and have another spa experience with them another time.
Yes, that's right. But I made it clear that I won't be here because I'm here in lockdown at the moment, and as soon as I can get a flight, I will be going back. So what they're offering doesn't actually apply to me. So if they could look at the whole situation, but every time they've written to me, they've not mentioned my actual situation. They've not acknowledged my situation.
Well, if you look at it from their perspective, they will want to hang on to your money because I would imagine running that kind of business at the moment is an absolute blooming nightmare. And trying to get any money coming into your coffers is a nightmare. So they're going to much prefer it if they can hang on to your money and then simply roll over the experience for another time. So you can understand from their perspective why they really rather, would much rather you just delayed the experience. However, if they were closed, if they were unable to actually honour the contract that you'd entered into, then surely they are duty bound, if you insist, to refund you the money. Because you haven't had what you paid for. And it was impossible for either you to get what you paid for because of the closure, or for them to provide you with what you paid for because of the closure.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, they should give you the money back. And I'm fairly sure that the bank will, in fact, manage to get your money back using the chargeback scheme. Because, it tends to be quite weighted towards the consumer, as we heard with Jeremy's case, although Jeremy, it would appear, has been the victim of fraud, which is a nightmare. But I'm fairly certain the bank, when they start looking into this, will recognise that you did not get what you paid for. The company was not in a position to provide you with what you paid for, and therefore you are entitled to your money back.
Well, this is what I stated, but just looking at the emails that they sent me this morning, they sent me a booking form to say your spa break is it's everything is okay, and these are the details. And what they've actually sent on the 21st, when they said, sorry, we can't go ahead with it, is a cancellation letter. So they've actually cancelled it themselves.
And that's so crucial, because if they have cancelled it themselves and were not in a position to actually honour the contract, then surely they are duty-bound to give you the money back. I'll tell you what we'll do. I mean, you've got the bank involved, and as I say, I suspect that will probably pay dividends, because I suspect you're going to get the money back. But would it help if we got a call in just to see if we can hurry up that refund process for you?
Yes, please.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
Please.
Tara?
Hello.
Can I pass Monica back? Can we get some detail and just go and have a little word, please?
Absolutely. I must admit, when all this is done and dusted, which it will be eventually, I am looking forward to a spa. So, Monica, if you want me to go over to Spain and have a spa with you over there, then that's absolutely fine.
You're welcome anytime.
Lovely. With a glass of Pinot in a jacuzzi. Wouldn't that be nice?
Bliss.
Right, Monica, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word for you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Now, Graham thought he would like to buy a dress watch for his wife. It cost him just over 80 quid. She's only worn it about once a week since he got it, so they were rather surprised when it just packed up.
I'm claiming under the Consumer Rights Act 2015 that it's not fit for purpose. They said, we don't believe in that. Or words to that effect. That's irrelevant. It's out of warranty.
Well, that's absolutely the point. When you purchase any product, whether it's a dress watch, a TV, car, whatever, it must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. And just because an item is over 12 months old does not mean that you no longer have any rights. Never let a retailer fob you off with that. Now, I've been speaking to the retailer on Graham's behalf. He's back on the JVS now. Hello, Graham.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi. Right. I have a response from the company. They have come back and said that they noticed you originally contacted them in August of 2020 to inform them that the watch had stopped working. At this point in time, he was outside of his warranty period by 9 months, they say. And for this reason, we were unable to help him. That's error number 1. We could understand the disappointment, and we wanted to help in any way we could, which led to a team member offering a large discount code to enable Graham to replace the watch if he wanted to at a later date. Graham did then go on to explain that he believes he was still able to claim under the Consumer Goods Law. Oh, that's error number 2. It's called, right. It's called the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. You'd expect a retailer to know that. As he does not think the product has lasted a satisfactory amount of time. However, as mentioned in our policy around warranties and claims, we must be contacted as a first port of call to enable us to determine the problem and advise an appropriate solution. In Graham's first email, he states that he took the watch to be looked at, and the woman at the time worked on the watch, and subsequently it stopped working. Without having us recommend it to be looked at, or send it back to us to look over, we cannot establish that this watch was handled or treated in the correct way. In other words, they think you might have broken it. However, don't worry, there is some positivity at the end of this. They go on to say, with all of this being said, we do pride ourselves on 2 main factors, our products and our service. So it's genuinely disappointing to see this kind of situation arise. Despite everything that I have said above, we certainly do not want Graham being left feeling this way, and so would be happy to reach out to him separately to try and resolve this and get him a brand new watch as a gesture of goodwill from the team here. Have you heard anything?
No.
Oh, really? They haven't called you?
I'm flabbergasted, but correct. No, they haven't called me.
Oh, right. Well, I'd kind of hoped, based on that response that I had a couple of days ago, that someone might have picked the phone up to you by now, just to say we're going to get you a replacement watch.
No.
It sounds like I need to go back to them and ask why that has not happened. I mean, the good news, let's just conclude this conversation in a positive way. The good news is they have agreed that they're going to give you a free watch. So your wife, hopefully, will have that watch replaced. It's just a bit of a shame that, as they say, they've used this kind of American expression of reaching out. It's a shame they haven't yet reached out to you.
Maybe because it's COVID, they can't touch me, so they haven't reached out to me.
Well, all they need to do to reach out to you, really, is just to pick up the phone and to say...
hey, guys, I've got a watch for you.
That's right. Would you like to choose a new watch? Because we'll get it sorted out. Do they still sell the watch that you bought originally for your wife?
I'm not sure on that one, Jonathan. I'd have to go onto the website.
OK, well, here's what we're going to do. A two-pronged attack. You need to go on the website, have a little look at other watches they've got for the same price, see if they've still got the same watch, because your wife might want the same one again. I'll drop them an email this afternoon to say, a bit disappointing, really, that I spoke to the customer and he hasn't heard anything, despite you offering to reach out. And let's take it from there, yeah?
Yes. There was one small thing. There was, you were going error 1, 2, and 3. Error 3 was the one where I did try and return the watch, and they sent me a code which we had to put in to generate a label so that we could take it to the post office and, it would go back, secure thing. But when we entered all the codes in, it came back, big red letters flashed up. This is out of warranty. Codes are invalid, so you can't return it.
I see. So at that point, what they were suggesting you should have done wasn't possible anyway. OK, leave it with me. I will go and pursue them again and get them to speak to you, and hopefully they'll call you very soon. Hello. I need to speak to Maria. Because Maria came to me. She was telling me that she hasn't had a working washing machine since Christmas. She pays a monthly amount to cover her electrical appliances, and in more than 5 weeks, she told me nobody had been out to sort her washing machine.
They said it was the drum. It went round, but it just wouldn't wash and that. And I kept going to the laundry about 2 or 3 times a week. When I do my bedding, it's £7 for a big machine. The dryer in there, it lasts for half an hour, £3 each time. I could have done without this, I tell you. On Wednesday I called them. I was there for over an hour and nobody picked up the phone. And I didn't get no texts, nothing. I would like a new machine in there now and some money off. Yeah, I haven't taken no money off. They'd still charge me for the washing machine as well. I've got the cover on that one, my tumble dryer, my fridge freezer, and originally now my new little cooker. I pay £23 a month.
Well, Maria was telling me that she has a number of health issues, which means her washing machine is very, very important. And as a result of the various health issues, she's been having to get taxis to take all of her bedding in particular to the local laundrette to wash it, and it's been costing her a lot of money. Well, I promised Maria I would call the company and try and get things sorted. Are things looking up? Let's find out, because she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
People are fascinated in your case. In fact, my friend Dave yesterday, he stopped me while I was out walking my dog in a country lane. He wound the window down. He said, "What's going on with Maria's washing machine?" People want to know, Maria. Now, I, as you know, spoke to the company that provides you with the cover on your washing machine. It's Domestic and General. And their initial response was, "We are sorry for the inconvenience experienced by Maria. We design our policies to provide peace of mind for our valued and loyal customers, but unfortunately errors can occur. We've reviewed the case to identify and fix the error, and we have been able to expedite a replacement washing machine for Maria, as well as provide £140 in compensation for her inconvenience. We've spoken to Maria, and we're pleased we've come to a resolution." Well, that sounded good. However, when I put that to you last time and I said, are you happy? You said, no, I'm not happy. I said, why? What's gone on? And you said that when the guy came to deliver your new washing machine, when he tried to plumb it in, something had gone wrong. We're not quite sure what, but something had gone wrong. And he said he couldn't do it. You'd have to get a plumber to do it. And he left. So you were left with a washing machine that wasn't plumbed in. You said that there was also now a leak as a result of removing the old washing machine. And you'd had to pay £92 to get a plumber out to come and sort it for you.
Yeah.
Well, I promised you I'd go back to them and find out what had gone on. And I had a very nice conversation yesterday afternoon with the lady there. Very helpful. She came back. She said, OK, look, this is what happened. We sent our delivery company out to deliver the new washing machine and to remove the old washing machine and to plumb in the new one. The trouble is, when he removed the old washing machine and kind of pulled it all out, we found that there was a leaking tap behind the washing machine. Now, our installers are just that. They are there to install a washing machine. They're not qualified plumbers. And this leaking tap involved a plumber. So we advised Maria she'd need to get a plumber out to come and fix the tap before the washing machine could be installed. We understand she's done that. We understand it's cost £92. We have now processed a refund of £92 on top of everything else. So she has now got a brand new washing machine, the money back for the plumber. She's got £140 in compensation, and we're also taking away the old one as well. So I'm hoping, Maria, when I talk to you today, I'm just trying to work out from the tone of your voice, I'm hoping you are going to be a happy bunny.
No.
Oh. Why? What's gone wrong now?
They never took the old washing machine.
No, but they are going to.
No, somebody's whipped it.
Sorry?
Somebody's whipped it.
Do you mean someone's stolen it?
Yes, the old washing machine.
Okay, well...
But
how do you know it wasn't the company came and collected it? Because they told me they were...
No, somebody moved the old microwave as well.
Right.
It couldn't be the company.
Okay.
Plus, I haven't got the compensation.
Right, well, you will. They were processing the payment. When I spoke to them yesterday, they said, we've processed the payment today. So I would imagine you will have that money very shortly.
Oh, thank you.
Okay? Come on, Maria. Come on, root together. We must be positive about this. It looks as if everything's going to be fixed.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for you and your team.
Well, we're not quite there yet, I'm sensing, because until that money's showing in your account...
Because it isn't there at the moment.
No, okay, and that's fine. And until the money's there, I'm happy to withhold some of my horn. But for Domestic and General so far... they can have that. Does that sound fair?
Yes. Did they say what time it'll be in?
Well, if they've processed it, it can normally take a few days before it shows up in your account.
Oh, right. Right. So it should be by Saturday.
I would hope so, yeah. I mean, let's just... If it hasn't, and I don't have any reason to believe that the money won't show up, but if it hasn't turned up, then I'll go and chase them, because that money will come back to you. But but it certainly looks better. And are you enjoying the new washing machine? Have you been doing...
Yes, at least I can do the washing.
Yes, because your health problems, they cause you all kinds of difficulties, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, so hopefully now the washing machine will make your life a lot easier.
Yes.
Well, listen, I'm very pleased that Domestic and General have got things sorted out. The most important thing was the washing machine. You've got that. It's working. Brilliant.
Yes.
Now we just need to make sure they pay you what they told me they're going to pay you. Yes. And then we'll give them the final bit of the horn.
And they're giving me £90 for the plumber.
£92 for the plumber. I think you said it was
no,
92.
No, I said £90.
Oh, really? Oh, I told them 92. So, well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see whether it's 90 or 92.
Right.
I'm sure.
I'll give you a ring on Monday to let you know, or Tuesday.
Well,
I'll let your team know.
Yeah, whenever the money goes in, and if it hasn't arrived by Monday, I'll definitely go and go back and speak to them. But I'm sure it'll be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Maria, all the best.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Now, to Sid. In February 2015, Sid purchased a new TV. It was a whopper. 65 inches, 3D, and it cost £2,500. Came with a 5-year warranty. Well, 6 months out of that warranty, something happened to it.
August last year, it wouldn't turn on. I went back to the store, and obviously they said it was out of warranty. I quoted them the Seller Goods Act, disappointed that they didn't know about it. In the end, they agreed to take it away at my cost and have a look at it. After about 3 weeks, I went back to the store, and they said, yeah, there was a fault with the television, and that they would obviously repair it. On the 16th of December, I got a refund for the cost of the repair, or for them to take it away. And on the 17th, I got a phone call from their customer service, I'm assuming, and they told me that they actually broken the television. So from a part that was repairable, they actually broke the screen, which wasn't repairable. Because you can't get 3D TVs anymore, the guy just basically said, look, it's old tech, it's obsolete, we're going to give you £599. And I told him that wasn't acceptable.
Well, £599 does not seem very reasonable, considering it was the company themselves that broke his TV. I mean, the TV, as far as Sid was concerned, was repairable when it went to them. And if they hadn't broken it, they could have repaired it, got it back to him, and he would have been a happy bunny without having to spend a whole load of money on a new TV that he says won't be as good as the old one anyway, because he liked the 3D element of it. So it's only because they broke it that he's now in this situation of having to go through all the expense of replacing it. £599 was not enough. So we've been speaking to the company to see if they would up that offer. Sid's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sid.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Now, Tara is our 3D correspondent.
Oh, yes.
With or without the glasses, she appears in 3D. What's the company had to say? Because we were very much hoping we might manage to get them to up their offer somewhat.
Yeah, so I got in touch with them during the programme, actually, after we'd spoken to Sid and discussed that you really felt, Sid, that the TV should have lasted up to 10 years, not 6, which was what they did their original calculation on. And that we'd also had advice from listeners, people who'd been working in the TV manufacturing industry, who thought the TV would probably last a long time. And you weren't happy with that offer, and 6 years wasn't a reasonable expectation. And I also reiterated the point that, you would not be in the position now, you would have a fully working 3D TV if the screen hadn't been broken while in the care of this retailer, and that again you felt that £599 was not a fair and reasonable offer. And they got straight back to me and they said that they were escalating the case with their senior customer service team, who were putting together an additional goodwill offer, which they told me what it was. I did put something down in the email that I sent to them the other day, but they've also been in contact with you. You tell us the news, please, Sid.
Well, I got a phone call Tuesday afternoon and they've increased it to £900.
900? Brilliant.
Yes.
Well, that's much more like it, isn't it? I mean, I know...
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I know it's disappointing that you can't get the 3D one. You can't replace it with something 3D. But you never know. And I'm trying to be positive here. I mean, maybe when you see the quality of the TVs now on offer, even though they don't have the 3D, maybe you'll be so blown away, you'll think, oh, do you know what? Actually, this is lovely.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be positive. It clearly
maybe
hasn't worked.
You will.
Oh, dear.
I should console myself, I get the 75-inch, I think.
Yeah,
So-
well...
Even
75?
10 more inches?
No,
Good grief,
don't
Sid.
do this. Listen, I've got a 60-inch. And I've always said the bigger your TV, Sid, the more common you are.
Yes, I know.
Now, I used to say that when I had a 21-inch TV. Now I've got a 60-inch TV. Surely that makes me common as muck. But if you've now gone for 75 inches, I mean, you're off the scale.
Well, if you can't go to the cinema, you've got to bring the cinema to you, haven't you? You can't go anywhere.
I know, but the trouble is, I don't know about your living room, but my living room is now dominated by this enormous screen now. Gone are the days of having something, that would make you look intelligent, like a nice bookshelf on a wall. It's now a humongous, great big...
bookshelf.
TV, no room for a bookshelf, quite. Exactly.
The bigger the TV, though, the more need for an extension, because you're going to end up sitting so close to it or having to move your head from left to right to see the full picture.
It's amazing how you get used to a big screen, though, because if I ever now have to watch something on a little screen, I find it quite irritating. I almost find myself squinting, thinking I can't make out what they're saying or what they're doing, their facial expressions. It's very annoying. I never thought this would happen to me. He said, well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted that you're getting that amount of money. Did they say when you can expect to receive that?
Within the next, between 5 and 7 days, they said, so...
Right. And have you got your heart set on something new? Have you had a little look around yet?
I've had a little look, yeah. I've seen one or two. It's either going to be a 65 or a 75, so...
Of course, the problem is you can't see them at the moment, can you? And I don't know about you, but I like the whole process of going into shops and, you stand back and look at them all and think which is the nicest picture. But you can't do that at the moment, can you?
No, I made the mistake yesterday. I went out to a store and I thought, I can't do it, so...
Yeah. Well, how much is it going to cost you, the replacement, for the kind of quality you want?
I think it's just over 1,000. About £1,100, I think it was. Just shy of 1,100. So
for 1,100, you can get a really beautiful TV. And I don't know what mine is because the man sold it to me and told me all the, he's technical. He was about 12, this chap, and he told me all the wonderful things it does. All I can say is when I watch something that's ultra HD, the picture quality is so beautiful.
Yeah,
you're there in the program. It's so beautiful. It's like being in a photograph. Amazing. So enjoy that.
Well, Sid, do tell us when you get your refund, and also you were kind enough to send us a picture of you with your old TV. Make sure you send us a photograph of you with your new TV as well.
I've heard about this photograph. Now, this photograph is absolutely hilarious. You took a photo of your old TV showing that it wasn't broken, and it was only after you sent it to us that you then realised that you'd taken the photograph without a top on, standing in front of it, so your full reflection is visible in the screen.
Yeah, don't look at it, Jonathan, because it's something you can't unsee, mate.
I've already looked at it and I can't unsee it. Fear not, though, we won't share it.
We won't share it, but let me just say, love your socks.
Listen, Sid, we will thank the company. We'll give them it. They can have about that much. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got the money. Let us know, please. Now, let me speak to Heather, because I know lots of you will be very interested to hear this update. Heather came to me. She was telling me earlier in the week that she loves olives, absolutely loves them. She eats them every other day, she said, for her lunch. So she went to a supermarket recently and she bought herself a pot of stuffed olives.
These are stuffed olives with pimentos in, and I was munching away and I bit on an olive still had a stone in it. It jarred my tooth, my double molar at the back. Over the next 2 or 3 days, it was really aching, so I rang the dentist and made an appointment to see him last Friday. Well, on the Wednesday night of last week, I was brushing my teeth before I went to bed, and my filling fell out, great big clonk in the sink. So I saw my dentist on Friday, expecting him just to fill it, and he said, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take the tooth out. He did some x-rays, and he said it's cracked right across. If you look on the bottom of this little pack, it gives a list of ingredients, and right near the bottom it says, may contain small stones or fragments, which to me isn't very clear. There should be something on the front that says with a warning, but this particular one, it's very, very small. I needed a magnifying glass to read it.
Well, Heather doesn't think that's good enough. She feels as if the warning should have been much greater. She got in touch with the supermarket. They said, well, look, we have put a warning on there, so we're not liable, but we'll give you a £10 voucher. Well, she wasn't very happy about that because Heather was telling me the dental work was going to be about £200. She was due to go to the dentist yesterday. Let's find out how she got on. Heather, hello, good morning.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. It was yesterday you were going, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes, I had my tooth taken out.
Oh, dear. Was it all right or painful?
Well, I had injections, obviously, to numb it. That was painful, having the injections. But, no, the tooth coming out didn't feel anything. It did ache up when the anaesthetic wore off, obviously.
Yes, I bet. And what is going to now happen where you now no longer have a tooth? Are you going to have a denture or are you just going to leave it?
I'm going to leave it because if I had an implant, it would be about £3,000 for an implant, which I obviously don't want to do. So I'm just going to get used to it. It's a great big hole there now where I had a tooth. It's a bit strange.
Well, is it something you could potentially have done in the future? So, save up?
Not really. No, I don't think I want to spend that sort of money, really.
Well, that's up to you. How much did it cost you to have the tooth taken out yesterday, Heather?
Well, the examination the previous week and the X-rays was £61, and having the tooth out was £175.
Right. Okay. So hang on a second. Have you worked out the total?
No, I haven't. It's two separate invoices.
Oh, okay.
Two separate things.
Well, I mentioned to the supermarket that it would cost you about £200 because that's what you mentioned to me last time on the programme.
Yes.
Now, I know a lot of the listeners were saying, look, come on, Heather. It's a case of a bit of common sense here. Olives do come with stones in them. And if you are a keen olive eater, then you should always bite very gingerly on the olive until you make absolutely sure that there is not a stone inside it.
Yes.
And you accept that, and you took it on the chin. A lot of the the criticism that came in the other day, you did take it on the chin, but you did feel as if with stuffed olives, you surely have an expectation that because they're stuffed, the stone will have been removed, and therefore. And the warning on the bottom of the tub is very small, isn't it? And I've seen that for myself.
Actually, it's not on the bottom; it's actually underneath the tub.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So you lift it over in order to read the disclaimer, which then tells you that you should be careful because there might still be stones in the olives. Now, I went off to speak to the supermarket on that particular issue and said, look, this is the situation. You've got a customer who's now got a £200 dental bill. As a result of eating these olives, the warning the customer feels is very small and is not adequate. Can you please respond? And I was careful the way I worded it because obviously after the last time you were on the programme, a lot of listeners felt that this is just one of those things. It's an unfortunate thing.
Yes.
So I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit surprised / amazed when I heard back from the supermarket. I came in this morning to receive an email from them. They are Aldi, and they've come back with this response. Are you sitting down?
Yes, I am sitting down.
An Aldi spokesperson has said, we are sorry to hear of Heather's experience, and we have agreed to provide vouchers to the value of the dental work as a gesture of goodwill.
Wow.
Although our suppliers take every measure to remove stones from pitted olives, there is a small chance that some may remain. This is highlighted to customers on the packaging.
Oh, right. Yes, they did speak to me. Somebody rang me yesterday while I was out in another supermarket and said they wanted me to provide an invoice, wanted me to email an invoice. I've only got the one from yesterday. I haven't got the one from the previous week, but I'm sure I can get that. Wow, that's amazing.
It is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it, to be honest, when they said they were gonna pay you in vouchers.
Yeah, that's incredible.
To be fair to them, I had mentioned in my initial email to them that the cost of the tooth removal was £200 because that's what you said to me last time. So it may well be that in their mind it's £200 is what they're looking to pay you. In vouchers.
Fine. Yeah, that's more than I would have expected.
Well, I'll be honest with you.
More than I expected as well.
I was my team heard me shriek when I looked at my emails this morning and I saw that. I couldn't believe it. And in fact, I went back to Aldi and said, wow, that's an amazing response. So I think you've been extremely lucky.
I have. That is amazing. Thank you very much for your input in that.
Well, it's a pleasure. What I would obviously like to do is I'm going to give Aldi this. We're saving just a few honks for when you receive the vouchers. Can you please keep me in the loop?
Yes, they want me to take the little plastic tub. I've still got it. They want me to take that into the store when I next go in, which won't be till next Thursday.
Right.
They've rung them and given them some kind of code, and they've given me a code to take it in. I don't know what that's all about, but it might not be for a while until that's all cleared.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would definitely urge you to get the other invoice from the dentist and get that over to them ASAP, so they've got all of that. I mean, certainly I think they are thinking in their mind 200 quid.
Yeah.
But it may well be that when they see the full invoice, based on what they've said, they will give you vouchers for the full amount. I don't know. Either way, I think it will be a great result, all things
It's better
considering.
than the £10 they originally offered, isn't it?
It's much, much better. And there we go. But I think you have been very lucky, because I've dealt with, over the years, a number of bizarre objects being found in food. Some of which you may expect to find in the food, others you would not expect to find in the food. And very often companies, they're very apologetic, but they don't really do very much about it in terms of taking financial responsibility for it. Obviously, Aldi have decided to go that extra mile, and we will thank them.
That's fantastic, yes.
Very much indeed.
Yes, well, thank you as well.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Listen, have a great weekend, and I'll speak to you next week, and hopefully you'll have received the vouchers.
OK, thank you very much, Jonathan.
OK, all the best. Let's see if Nigel's on a better line now. Hello, Nigel.
Hello, Jonathan. I'm sorry about that.
That's better. Right, tell me all about the problem you're having without naming any company names, please, Nigel.
Right, so I booked a package holiday for October to Tenerife. We got the flight, we got to the airport, and then there were no transfers booked, which were part of the holiday, so I got a taxi. The taxi driver took us to the hotel, which was closed. There is a bit of a shock. There is an emergency number for this company, which I tried calling, but they didn't pick up. I then got the taxi driver to take me to another hotel closed, and the next hotel was open. I went into the hotel, and they did have rooms. They quoted me a quite shocking price. I asked to speak to the manager, explained the situation. I'd already paid for a holiday, and he was very generous. So we booked a holiday.
Right, hang on a second, Nigel. Hang on. Let's just go back. First of all, when were you arriving in Tenerife?
It was the 20th of October.
20th of October. So this was at a point where travel to and from Tenerife was still allowed, and...
It's not a case it wasn't allowed. It wasn't on the travel corridor, but the predictions were that it was going to be during that week.
Okay.
So I'd made all the arrangements for all of us to self-isolate coming back. After we were there for 2 days, it was then put on the travel corridor.
Okay, so you booked this as a package holiday?
A package holiday, that's right. So
with
the flights, the transfers, the hotel.
With a UK-based tour operator?
Yes, it was, that's right.
Okay. When you arrive in Tenerife, the transfers aren't there, so you got a taxi.
That's right.
The hotel that you were booked to stay at was closed. Now, when you say closed, do you mean properly closed in terms of the doors were locked and all the lights were off?
Properly closed, all doors locked, huge sign chained across. And then we found out later it had actually been closed since March.
You're joking?
No.
So the holiday company had taken British holidaymakers to a hotel in Tenerife that had been closed since March?
That's right.
Oh, my... So what you obviously needed to do at that point was to call the company and to say,
That's right.
Help, I am standing outside the hotel I have booked through you, and the whole place is completely locked. What happened when you did that?
There was no answer. I had the emergency number for them. I tried that. There was no answer.
How long did you give it, though? I mean, you didn't, just hurry up, did you, and try them over? Let it ring a few times.
I'm sat in a taxi with a taxi driver. I tried calling them, waited on the line. There was absolutely nothing. And at that point, I thought, I'm going to have to sort this out myself.
How long did you hold on the line?
Oh, it's 7 minutes, something like that.
Okay. So after 7 minutes of holding on for a holiday company during a global pandemic, you decided, I'm going to have to go and book myself a hotel.
There's the shock of going to a foreign country, the hotel's shut, you're in a taxi with a taxi driver tapping on the wheel. I felt pressurised. I had to get a roof over our heads for a week.
Right, okay. I mean, it doesn't sound to me very long. I completely understand you're the victim in all of this. Please don't get me wrong, Nigel. I'm not blaming you for the fact that you arrived there at the hotel and the blooming place is shut.
Yeah.
But obviously, if the holiday company in the UK, for whatever reason, were unaware of that, I mean, they should have been aware of it, but if they were unaware of it, I don't know that 7 minutes, when the chances are their lines have been very busy. I mean, you speak to anyone who's tried to get through to a holiday company in the last 12 months, and they will tell you they've had to wait for ages because...
Oh, well, I've tried. I'm an expert at it. I've spent hours since. Anyway, that's the decision I made. We eventually found another hotel, which obviously I had to pay for again. When we got in the hotel room, I then phoned the emergency number again and waited longer than 7 minutes, but they did answer then.
Okay. And when you phoned them and you explained the situation, you said, I've now arrived at another hotel that is open. What was the deal you struck with the hotelier?
It was just, I explained the situation. He gave me a returning guest discount. So it was more expensive than the original hotel, but it was somewhere to sleep.
How much?
It was £285 more expensive than the original hotel.
But I presume he took an amount of money from you there and then.
Yes, he did.
What was the amount of money he took from you?
The amount of money he took for me, it was in the email, it was in euros, so it was 1,737 euros doubled. So that was for one room, and we obviously had to pay for another one as well.
Okay, right. So hang on a second. Let me just work out exactly what this has cost you then. So it's 1,737 times 2. So it's £3,474 was what you paid him there and then. So you then go to the room, you phone the holiday company, you explain the situation, you say, I've just had to pay £3,474 to what appears to be the only hotel open in this resort that you've allowed me to come to with my family. What did they say?
They said they did book transfers. They insisted they had booked transfers. But I pointed out I went to the office. They showed me the clipboard. We weren't on there. We weren't aware of the hotel. We'll obviously refund you the money for the hotel, and that will be with you in 6 days.
Okay. And have they refunded you the cost of the hotel?
No, I've had no refund at all.
And the transfers? How much were the transfers?
The transfers it cost me an extra, sorry, bear with me, it was about an extra, it was £24.14 extra for the transfers.
Right, okay. I mean, it's outrageous that a holiday company allowed you to go to a hotel that's closed. I completely understand, and we all have to be understanding, that we are in the middle of a global pandemic.
That's right.
You took the decision at a time when it was clear from the government's advice, because Tenerife was not on a travel corridor, it was clear that you were taking a level of risk by going to that holiday.
That's right.
However, the fact that the hotel had been closed since March, and this company were obviously unaware. I mean, had they not sent any other holidaymakers there since March? Had no one else pointed this out?
This is what I don't understand. And they did call. They called me. We were going on the Monday. They called me on the Saturday just to check I'd filled in the correct paperwork, which I thought was very impressive because you had to fill in a form to enter Spain and check that I had travel insurance. And I thought that was really, really good. So you can imagine the surprise of getting there with the hotel closed.
How do you know it had been closed since March?
We spoke to, there were a couple of cafes there, and we spoke to one of the owners who said, no, it's been closed since March.
Okay. It'd be interesting to know if that's accurate.
Yes.
To be honest, we can probably find out if we go onto one of these review websites, because if there are people reviewing the hotel during the summer of last year, then obviously what you were told by the cafe owners was incorrect. But you're quite right to have expected that everything would at least be open for you, everything you'd paid for, or you should have been notified if things were not going to be open to you.
That's right.
For example, the hotel. If you are booking a package holiday comes with much more protection than you would have if you had booked this trip in individual component parts. And if you had booked in individual component parts, to be honest, you probably would be in a right old pickle now. Let's get some detail. Tara,
Hello.
How horrible. Imagine that, arriving in another country only to find the hotel is completely shut up. I mean, it would be awful.
That would be my holiday ruined.
That would be. Let's go and have a word. Let's see what we can find out. Can you hang on there, Nigel? I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail.
Fantastic, thank you.
Melody's daughter needed some new school shoes, so she went to a shop and she purchased a pair of very smart patent leather ones in August of last year. They cost her £42, which is, I gather, quite expensive for school shoes, but they came with an offer that made these shoes a very attractive option.
At the time, they were advertising that if the child outgrew their shoes by the 28th of February 2021, that they would replace them with a free pair. Before Christmas, she started to complain that they felt tight. So I tried them on her before she was due to go back in January, and she said, they feel too tight, Mummy. So I emailed the company explaining that, I bought them with the guarantee. They told me via email that because of the lockdown and the stores being closed, they're unable to offer the guarantee any longer, but they would offer a 30% discount on a new pair of shoes if I ordered them online. But the reason I purchased them from this shop was because of the guarantee.
Well, I went off to have a word with the company, and the point that I was making to them was, surely this offer was what enticed Melody to purchase the shoes in the first place. They have a duty to honour that offer. It's not Melody's fault that the shop has shut, and there are surely other ways, if it is necessary, for Melody to prove that her daughter's feet have indeed grown and that the shoes no longer fit. Well, Melody is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Melody.
Hello, Jonathan.
As you're aware, this company is Clarks. I went and spoke to Clarks. They said, we understand Melody's disappointment about the withdrawal of our back-to-school shoe fit guarantee and would like to explain why the COVID-19 protection measures led to us making this decision. In July 2020, Clarks launched its back-to-school shoe fit guarantee, where our expert fitters could ensure the perfect fit for children's feet. From the date of purchase up until the 30th of November 2020 or the 28th of February 2021, depending on the size of the shoes. If a child who was an infant size 10 or above outgrew their shoes by the 28th of February 2021, the guarantee offered an exchange or refund to the same value. Unfortunately, like many companies classed as non-essential retail, the full range of services Clarks has been able to offer has been impacted by the strict COVID-19 restrictions and the legal requirement to close our stores on a temporary basis. Due to these restrictions and no clear time frame for when our stores will be able to reopen, we can no longer continue with the guarantee or provide an exchange or refund. This is because a customer would need to visit a Clarks store to see if they are eligible for the guarantee and have the fit of their child's shoes assessed by a trained member of staff. While the decision has been made directly as a result of the COVID-19 restrictions, we understand how popular the guarantee has been, and we're truly sorry for the disappointment this news has caused. We appreciate our customers understanding at this challenging time, and we are currently offering a 30% off voucher if you bought a pair of Clarks school shoes between July and September 2020, which can be redeemed against a pair of kids' or adult shoes. Well, I went back and said, yeah, but hang on a sec. I completely understand the shops aren't open and therefore you can't actually measure the child's foot. But on Clarks' own website, they offer a virtual fitting service, which I think works with an iPad, Melody, where you put your child's foot on the iPad and it measures your child's foot, and then the website tells you what size your child's feet are and you buy the shoes online accordingly. There is also the option for you to film yourself measuring your child's feet, to demonstrate that in fact her feet have grown and therefore the shoes no longer fit. So there are surely ways around it. And I again reiterated the point that you only bought the shoes, you only spent this amount of money because of the offer. Well, they came back again and they said, we fully understand the disappointment, but we feel it is important to stress that the decision to withdraw the guarantee was made as a direct result of the COVID-19 protection measures and the fact that we're unable to offer in-store services when our stores are closed on a temporary basis. As stated in the terms of the guarantee, a customer would need to visit a Clarks store to see if they were eligible for the guarantee and have the fit of their child's shoes assessed by a trained member of staff. Unfortunately, the current COVID-19 restrictions means this is no longer possible. Regarding the virtual fitting service you mentioned, we'd like to be clear. This is not a direct replacement for our in-store service with our trained measure and fit staff, which is why the guarantee clearly specified a customer would need to visit a Clarks store to see if they're eligible. So it would appear Clarks do not want to back down on this issue.
No.
So is that an end to it, or are there things you could do to take this further? I.e., legally, do you have the right to pursue Clarks and to demand a free pair of shoes? Well, there was one man that, of course, I knew would know the answer. His name's Nick Freeman. He's otherwise known as Mr. Loophole. He's our go-to lawyer on the programme, and very kindly he's agreed to give us some of his time this morning. Hello, Nick.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, can Melody sue Clarks?
In my opinion, yes, she can. When she purchased the shoes, she, in her mind, thought, I'm buying a pair of shoes, and if my daughter grows out of these before the 28th of February, I will be able to have a new pair of shoes free. And in my view, that is an integral part of the contract. There is a legally binding contract, and that particular condition isn't a guarantee, it's an integral part of the contract. So the contract includes that term, and it can't be excluded because of the existence or presence of COVID. So yes, she does have, in my opinion, a legally binding contract. And in my view, if she pursued this matter in a court of law, she would win. Now, one sympathises with Clark's position, but that doesn't really. I sympathise more with the customer, because she spent a lot of money on a pair of shoes on the understanding, in effect, it's almost buy one and get one free. And I listened very carefully to what you read out to me, and I haven't seen that document, but as I understand it, Jonathan, what they were saying was it's either an exchange or a refund. And the stumbling block appears to be, they're saying, well, we can't measure the shoes. But the shoes, as you pointed out, can be measured. They can be measured with an iPad or a similar device, and that will prove that the foot is now too small for that particular size of shoe. So that really is a slightly lame argument. And I should also add that, Clarks owe a duty of care. And when they made this offer last year, the fact that there might have been another lockdown was reasonably foreseeable. And presumably that's why one discussed alternative methods of measuring feet in the event of a lockdown, because it was always on the cards, as it is now, that lockdown is going to continue again. So, in short, there is a binding contract. I think she would win. Now, the difficulty is this, and I'm sure Clarks are wise to this. What they're saying to Melody is, look, we will give you a third off another pair of shoes. So instead of, in fact, refunding the full amount, which is £42, we'll give you approximately, say, £14. And excuse my maths, I'm just working it out off the top of my head. Now, so in effect, she'd be bringing an action for about, £26, £27, something of that sort. The fees for pursuing an action online in the civil court, online is £25. If you actually do it in an attendance, not online, it's £35, which would obviously be. So we're talking about, in effect, if she wins, the actual cash amount will be £2 or £3 if she wins, and that is the legal difficulty. But I'm sure Clarks are probably listening to this interview, and that they're aware of the fantastic brand that they have, the fantastic good name that they have, and their reputation is literally, if you'll excuse the pun, it's on the line. And it's very important, isn't it, that whilst everyone is struggling, or many people are struggling, that if people make agreements to attract people to spend a lot of money on a purchase, they're not then subsequently seen to renege because COVID exists, because COVID was around last year. And legally one would have to say to Melody, look, if you pursued it, you would be pursuing it really to make a point. And I wouldn't necessarily discourage that, because it's a point that would get enormous traction. And in my view, it wouldn't do Clarks any good at all, even though you might only be playing with £2 or £3 at the end of the day. I'm quite confident that if you started proceedings, Clarks, they would certainly be taking advice, and I anticipate they would roll over and say, look, here you go. I understand their situation, but from a legal standpoint, I think that you would win. I think you have an action. I think there's a binding contract, and that provision for a new pair of shoes is in fact an integral part of that contract. And it doesn't become Clark's or anyone else to try and exculpate their responsibility by saying, look, COVID excuses us from our legal responsibilities. It doesn't. I think there's also a wider point, Jonathan, and I don't know whether I can mention this now. Children's feet, measuring them accurately is, of course, a critically important thing. And, the government may want to think to itself, why haven't children's shoe shops been regarded as an essential service? I appreciate they're not on the list, but the government, who must be aware of these sort of problems, might think, well, look, we should have children's shoe shops as an essential service because it's critical. It's a health issue. If you squeeze children's feet into shoes that are not fit for purpose, they're too small, too tight, you're going to damage that child's foot. And that is going to cause health ramifications later on, which, of course, is going to harm the child. And ultimately, it's going to harm the taxpayer because the NHS or somebody similar is actually going to have to assist that child in sorting the feet problems out.
Well, I'm sure that
there's a much larger issue here. But,
and I'm sure that's something that Clark's would absolutely agree with you on. I'm sure they'd much prefer to be open. But in terms of taking legal action, and we'll find out from Melody in just a second how she would feel about that, doing it as more of a point of principle, rather than as a way of getting the money that she feels she's owed. But is there no way when she launches the action against Clark's that she can also sue them for extra to cover that cost, so that she in fact does get the full amount back?
No, there isn't. She can't inflate the cost to recover the deficit. That's not legally permissible. But what she should do is she should write a final letter and say, look, I've taken legal advice. This is a binding contract, and I appreciate that the damages are small, certainly so far as they're concerned, but I do intend to sue, and unless I receive a full refund within 7 days, and she makes it clear she will return the shoes. She must return the shoes. Yeah. She can't keep the shoes. She must return the shoes. I will commence proceedings without further notice, and you go online. It's a simple procedure. It does cost you £25 online, and my advice to you will be to do it, because I'm fairly confident, Melody, that Clark's would make a gesture and say, look, we don't want this adverse press.
Although, of course, I'm duty bound on behalf of the BBC to warn that, as you will know, Nick, there is always a risk that things can go the other way when it goes to court.
Well, Jonathan, you're absolutely right. You've asked what my opinion is, and I'm saying I'm advising Melody to pursue it. I think she will be successful. I don't actually think it will go as far as it would need to go. But of course, in any litigation, nothing is guaranteed, Melody. And there's always a possibility you would lose. And there's a huge point here for Clark's, because you're probably not the only person who is waiting to have a refund or an exchange of a pair of shoes that are fit for purpose.
This is why I don't understand them offering that guarantee in a pandemic, because I think anyone with common sense would foresee that there was going to be a second wave. It was on the news all the time about a second wave in winter. If you can't fulfill that guarantee, then don't offer it. And as for them saying about the other ways to measure your feet, which is great, but surely if it's not as accurate as the staff in the shop measure them, people shouldn't be doing it and ordering online then, should they? Because if they're not going to get accurate results, they're going to order the wrong shoes for their children.
You make two very valid points. As I said initially, the fact that it was going to be a lockdown was reasonably foreseeable, and it would be wrong to make a very tantalising offer. And I'm not suggesting Clark's have done this on the basis that they knew they wouldn't be able to fulfil it, because that would be terrible from a legal perspective, and it would be terrible for their reputation. I'm not suggesting they've done that. But as you say, it was quite clear there was going to be another lockdown, and nevertheless, they made an offer. And therefore, they should have put things in place to ensure that in the event that there was going to be a lockdown, they will be able to circumnavigate the potential difficulties of foot measuring. And there are things in place that we've already referred to which can illustrate and demonstrate that you can actually measure a child's foot, not as perfectly as their equipment, but simply to suggest, look, my child's foot has now grown out of this particular pair of shoes. It goes that far, and that's all you need to do. And that entitles you to a replacement pair or a refund. You're right, that's the situation, and I think if Clark's reflect upon it, they might actually think they've not quite got the position right.
Melody, what's your reaction to the advice Nick's giving?
Thank you very much, Nick. I really appreciate that to start with. I will be doing what he said. I will definitely be writing a last email with all the advice that he just gave me and, see what they say. I am very, very tempted to do what he says and take it further.
You sound like quite a forthright and principled person.
Yeah.
You must make it clear, Melody, Melody, you must make it clear that you will return the shoes.
Of course, and that's what I said in my original email. I said I'm quite happy to bring the shoes back to wherever I need to. If you want me to drop them off, return them, or, send you evidence. I'm quite happy to do any of that.
Yeah, I would photograph the shoes. I would photograph the shoes, Melody, so we know that the shoes are there, and we can see what size the shoes are in, and then I would send them back. When you start proceedings, if you're going online, I would send them back to Clarks just before, so that they've actually got them, because your daughter presumably can't wear them now in any case.
No.
So I would send them back in any event. I would send them back now. Send a 7-day letter or email. And point out the shoes have now been returned to you, and as you've pointed out, they're selling shoes online. So if the measuring service is fit for that, then it's surely fit for the conditions that they stipulated. Absolutely.
Exactly. So if that's the case, they shouldn't be selling shoes online if they're not. If
Correct.
They don't think it's a good service.
They are, and it is a good service. They are selling them online, and it is a good service. And they need to think very carefully about the course of action they're going down at the moment.
They do, and of course,
not
Clarks,
just from a legal perspective, from a PR perspective.
Yeah, well, and I was going to say, Clarks, as you rightly pointed out, Nick, Clarks no doubt will be listening to this, or if they're not, they will soon hear about it. And I would just urge Clarks again, listening to all of this. If you want to change your mind and to resolve this issue with your customer, then surely that would be in everyone's interest. That would be the most sensible thing to do.
It would definitely be in everyone's interest.
I mean, I work in the leisure industry, and I've been on furlough now since last March. I went back for a period of a few weeks. So financially, things have been very tight for us as a family. So to do that, that's the only reason I did it, because I thought, right, the guarantee is there. I know my daughter grows quickly. I'm gonna. It's a worthwhile investment for me to do that, because I know that she probably will, by the end of February, grow out of them. So it's just very disappointing to hear.
Yeah, that was the only reason you expended that amount of money to buy that shoe, because you knew that if she grew, and she does grow, you're going to get a new pair before the end of February. And that was a condition which operated on your mind at the time of purchase. That's why I say it was an integral part of the contract, and it is a legally binding contract.
Okay, listen, I want to thank you, as always, Nick, for your time. Very, very useful. Melody, will you please keep us posted?
I will do, John, and thank you very much for your help.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. Speak to you soon. And a massive thank you to Nick Freeman, the lawyer known as Mr. Loophole to many of us. Raheny purchased a television in 2019. It's 50 inches, cost her £329. But after just a year of use, she was watching it and the screen went blank. She could still hear the output, but just couldn't see anything at all. So she got in touch with the company she bought it from.
They offered me an interim amount of £126 for the television initially, which I was like, I'm not really happy with that. Either replace the TV or fix it, because £126 isn't going to get me the same TV again. They haven't actually told me how they came to the figure. The communications with the company was very, very difficult to have. I even got to a stage where I asked them for a report of what was actually wrong with my TV, whether I could pay for it to be fixed myself cheaper than what they were offering me for it. They did call me, which I've asked for the subject access for, and I've heard the recordings, obviously, because I've already received them. They did offer me, as a goodwill gesture, the full refund back. And when they gave me the payment form so that they could put the money into my account, they only deposited the £126.
Well, what's going on then? Why are they only prepared to pay that amount of money when they seemed to suggest to Raheny at one point that they would give her a full refund? It was exactly that point I went to put to the company. They have responded. Things have been going on, and Raheny's back on the JVS show. Hello, Raheny.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Rahini. Right, so first up, from your perspective, has anything happened since we last spoke? Because the company certainly told me they were going to be giving you a full refund.
Yes, so I have had some correspondence from them yesterday. The person who I was in contact with, who had contacted me initially, eventually, after you'd spoken to them, had emailed me, which I think I sent you I obviously forwarded.
Yes, indeed.
For you to see, yeah. So I received a phone call yesterday, sort of late afternoon, just sort of following up on what I'd written on my email to them, just along the lines of, you know, why it had taken so long and what the discrepancies were, and the fact that even in the email they didn't actually seem to have the facts correct for the refund.
Have they confirmed how much you're paying you? Because that was the slight issue. There seemed to be a number of different figures floating around, and in fact on the email they sent you, they suggested they were going to be arranging a payment of £250. Now, they said this will cover the additional cost of the TV as well as a bit of extra money as a gesture of goodwill. So that's £250 on top of the £126 already they've paid you.
Yes, so they are going to be sending me the £250. So I just have to fill out the back payment form. So I've just received the email, so
Brilliant.
I should do that today.
Great.
And get the paperwork sent off to them.
Well, that sounds great, because that sounds as if you're going to end up better off than you were in 2019 when you first bought the TV. So I presume you're happy with that offer.
I am. I'm just happy to have been given the refund that they, I would have been happy to accept the refund that they originally promised me was the full value. So I'm just happier that, they've given me a slight bit more for the inconvenience.
Absolutely. Well,
the fact
listen,
that they've not been in contact.
I will give them this. Half of the horn, and they'll get the rest as soon as you have actually got the money in your account. Please keep me posted. Let me know, Rahini. It's the J. He was telling me over the last 17 years, he's spent about £7,000 on cover for his electrical appliances. He says he's claimed on it most years, but has been left feeling very disappointed by the service recently when he called the company to say the ice machine on his fridge freezer had stopped working right in the middle of December.
On the 29th, they rang me and they said there's a shortage of engineers and they need to reschedule. So they rescheduled for the 12th of January. I said, look, I've been a long-standing customer. It wasn't a major issue, so yes, I was content with it going through to the 12th of January. Basically, they rang me up on the 11th of January. They deemed the repair not urgent, but what bothers me is that they're not actually able to tell me when. They said sometime March, April time, possibly.
Well, Philip's very annoyed that not only have they not fixed his fridge freezer, but he's still paying the same amount every month for this service. Now, let me just lay out my cards on the table, because, as I explained to Philip, we have to understand we are in the middle of a lockdown and companies are under huge amounts of pressure when it comes to going into customers' houses, etc. And I completely understand that an ice machine on a fridge freezer is probably not a priority for the company. When you consider some other customers will have washing machines that aren't working and an entire family can't wash their clothes, or an entire fridge freezer's broken and therefore you can't keep any food at all. That's a significant and major problem. And it would be fully understandable if the company said, look, we're sorry, but we've got limited resources at the moment and we do need to prioritise those urgent cases. So you might have to wait a bit longer for your ice maker to be fixed. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the fact that this company was still taking the full monthly amount from Philip for a service that actually, when he needed it, wasn't providing him with what he needed. Philip's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Philip.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Philip. And you're a reasonable man. You were in full agreement with that as well. You weren't particularly, desperate for them to come and fix it, but you were keen on them taking into account all this money they're taking from you for a service that you're not enjoying.
Yes, correct.
So, Tara has been speaking. Tara's our head of ICE. and she's been off to have a word with the company to see if she can get this sorted out. What have they had to say?
I almost sang for you then, which I know you'd enjoy, Jonathan.
No, please don't do that.
Cold as ice. I won't do it.
Don't do that.
Yes, I might do it. This is British Gas, and a spokesperson sent us a statement. They said at the time, we're sorry that Philip has had appointments cancelled to repair the ice function on his fridge freezer. We're only carrying out essential work to minimise social contact wherever possible and prioritise the safety and well-being of our people and customers. And as you've already mentioned, Jonathan, we can totally understand that. We'll resume all non-essential services as soon as it's safe to do so. And in the meantime, we've offered Philip compensation and will review the price of his policy at its renewal. So that was great because, Philip, they offered you £50, didn't they?
Yes.
But then the issue was your renewal price came through and it didn't look as though you'd had anything reduced on that. And the company then said, well, what we're going to do is going to make sure that we give you a call once you get your renewal price and that's all sorted. And then they didn't ring you.
That's correct.
So I got back in touch with them and then they said, oh, we're going to get someone on it. And hopefully they have done by now.
Yes, they have done. And shall I mention the amount?
Reveal all,
yes,
Philip, reveal all.
Basically, they've offered me a 20% discount on my monthly payments.
Right. Backdated?
No, just going forward. But they haven't said it's only for... They haven't limited it going forward to only for the... They've implied it's for infinitum, the 20% discount. They haven't said it's only for 3 months.
Did you not seek clarification on that point?
I only just thought of that just now.
Oh, right. Okay. So we're not sure whether the 20% discount is for the rest of the policy year or whether it's just until they fix your ice maker. I mean, I would have thought the reasonable thing to do would be to give you that 20% discount until they fix the ice maker. I don't see why they should give you a 20% discount for the whole year, because if they come out and fix the ice maker next month, or hopefully next week, I mean, ideally, as soon as possible, you know, then surely that's it, over and done with. They've given you recompense for the fact that you'd paid for the policy that you hadn't been able to enjoy at the tail end of last year and into the beginning of this year. They've given you a discount until they've fixed your problem, but then you've got the full cover going forward.
Yes, but they've also not backdated it, so...
But isn't that what the 50 quid is for?
Sorry?
Wasn't that what the 50 quid was for?
No, the 50 quid was for my wife staying at home, waiting for them to... having to take time off work, staying home to wait in for them, and then them telling us at 5 o'clock in the evening that they couldn't come tomorrow.
Do you know what I think we need to do? Do you know what I think we need to do? Let's go and have a word and just seek absolute clarification, Tara, as to this 20% discount. Is that for the rest of the policy year or just until you fix the ice maker? And when will you fix the ice maker?
Well, I mean, that makes sense to me on reading their statement because they said we will review the price of his policy at its renewal date.
Yeah.
So that would suggest to me that it's for the entire policy for the whole year, which takes your policy, it was about £34, wasn't it, down to £27 and a bit a month.
But can we get that confirmed in writing? Because it would appear at the moment Philip's not aware of how long that 20% discount's for, and although we're assuming it based on their statement, it's not actually set out clearly in black and white, is it? That is what the price is going to be for the whole year. Philip, a little more work to do. Leave it with us. We'll talk to you next week.
I apologise. I should have asked better questions when I had them on the phone.
No, that's fine. Don't worry. We'll go and ask that question. We'll just get it confirmed and we'll take it from there, OK?
All right, then. Thanks so much.
Philip. Cheers, bye-bye. From fridge freezers and ice makers to oven doors, Peter purchased a new fan oven in October 2019. With delivery, installation and removal of the old appliance, it came to just under £600. Well, recently, something really annoying has happened.
On Sunday this week, I went to open up the oven door to slide in the chicken, and the oven door came off in my hand. I actually went and called up the company. All they keep on saying is to get a VAT-registered engineer in to look at the appliance and send them a report that would be a cost to me. I'm losing the will to live, to be honest with you. I've done everything that I should do, and they're not really helping at all.
Well, Peter says he has spent a lot of money with this company over the years, and he's really disappointed now with the service that he's receiving. So I've been off to speak to the company on his behalf, and Peter's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Peter.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you doing? Okay.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. So the company concerned is AO.com, and they came back initially with this response. We can confirm the customer has been in touch with our customer care team, and we have advised that their appliance is now out of its 1-year manufacturer's warranty period. However, we have offered the customer payment towards the repair and a discount on a replacement product once an engineer has investigated it further. We apologise for any inconvenience caused, and we will of course speak to the customer once an engineer has looked at the issue so we can resolve the matter as quickly as we can. Well, to be honest, that response, Peter, to me, raised more questions. I mean, they talk about sending out an engineer to do a repair and they're paying towards it.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a minute. Surely it all depends on what has caused the oven door to fall off. If you had a child swinging on it, and the weight of a child swinging on the oven door has broken it, that's your fault, and you need to pay for the full cost, including the cost of an engineer. If, however, you have used that oven in a perfectly normal and reasonable way, and the oven door has just come off in your hand after such a relatively short amount of time since the purchase date, then clearly either the oven is not fit for purpose, or a manufacturing component used in the construction of the door is not of reasonable quality, which is why the door's fallen off. So surely what should happen is the engineer should come out, the engineer should assess the problem, and in the event of them finding that the door has broken because of a defective part or a component, then AO.com should pay for the full cost of any repair necessary.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, end of story. I mean, it's very simple. So I went back and made exactly that point. They came back with a further response. An AO spokesperson said, the first step is for AO to organise for an independent engineer to see what's happened, which we will happily fund. Once an engineer has investigated it further and determined the cause of the fault, we will then pick up with the customer and look to resolve the matter as quickly as we can based on the findings. Well, that, as far as I'm concerned, is completely reasonable. Have they communicated that to you?
Yeah, I mean, I received a telephone call on Tuesday from the resolution team, a guy that was ever so apologetic. He also said that he had spoken or had an email offered off you. A engineer is coming out to look at this machine on the Monday the 15th of February between the hours of 2 and 5. When I actually spoke to them on the phone, they said, could you actually go and pay for the engineer and then we can actually sort it out afterwards, to which I said no. So it's all sorted that an engineer's coming out on Monday. I don't have to go and pay anything for him to come out, and hopefully come Monday evening the chicken will be going into the oven again.
Okay, well, I hope so. What we'll do then is I'm going to give AO this. Ooh, just a tiny slither. They'll get the rest when it's all sorted out. I'll catch up with you Tuesday. We'll find out how the engineer visit goes on Monday. Make sure you ask as many questions while the engineer is out as possible to try and get an idea as to why he feels the door has fallen off. And let's take it from there, yeah?
Thanks ever so much, Jonathan.
Okay, absolutely.